Energy Secretary Wright speaking at the Wall Street Journal event. We'll see if we can get the video on the feed for you. So Energy Secretary Wright says Venezuelan oil production has increased 1.2 million barrels per day. Wright says sanctions waiver on Russian oil unlikely to be extended.
Good morning, everyone. I am so sorry for being so late, guys. My bad. Oh my goodness. My phone alarm went off, I'm pretty sure, but I accidentally had my phone in another room and I did not hear it. My alarm is set to wake up at 4:50 in the morning. I do not naturally wake up that early. Oh man, and I legitimately came into the office.
A little bit of movement towards the upside again. No headlines to back with the move.
I saw this and I was like, "Quick, get in the trade!" And I put my like it was on this candle right here. I was like, "Quick, get in the trade." The top of the orb is, what was it? 59.75. I put an order 59.25 right here. And oh my goodness, the pullback got me on the almost the bottom tick. And we hit the 15-minute orb. Also, last night I did take the Asia orb, but I had to do it off my phone. So we got quite a bit of profit there as well. Oh man. I'm sorry, guys. Whew. All right. Well, that's TP1 hit right there on the 15-minute orb. Also up to the next key level at 26,100. You said the orbis or the range is small. Yeah, I guess it is quite small. 78. Anyways, we took it. My oh my. So we're up 730 per TPT funded. I blew the evals yesterday, so I'm gonna have to get some new evals to trade the rest of the day.
Pakistan again. Reminder: Pakistan's Prime Minister Sharif isn't expected to return to Pakistan until this weekend.
Made 277 bucks. Nice, Axel. What is the orb? It's the opening range breakout strategy. So I use the first 15 minutes of the market open. Nice weather for a nice coffee. It's actually super rainy over here, so I decided to just get hot Americano. I was like, I guess since I'm late, I might as well stop by the coffee shop right next to me. They take like 2 minutes to make the coffee. Sorry, guys. Whew.
On to marine traffic. First crude carrier heads west through Strait of Hormuz since the US blockade. So the Malta-flagged Adios Fanoris has become the first crude carrier to head west through the Strait of Hormuz since the US blockade on Iran's port, Iran port came into force. So the tanker made a second transit attempt after remaining at anchor in the Gulf of Oman for nearly 2 days.
Okay, we hit
Two senior Lebanese officials say that they have been briefed on efforts underway for ceasefire in Lebanon.
An interesting candle right here, quite a bit of sellers.
They also say that ceasefire duration in Lebanon likely linked to US-Iran truce. We had reports of this earlier on. Just getting comments from Lebanese officials now saying ceasefire duration in Lebanon likely linked to US-Iran truce.
Order filled.
Little baby scalp. Nice. There we go, 780 now. Where do you find the news you're playing in the background? That's called Financial Juice. I got the link in the description for it. It is quite worth it. Pasha, should we long at the top of the orb again? With the current structure, I would say probably not. Dame orb stands for opening range breakout. Technically, the ES hasn't broken yet, so maybe if the ES starts breaking out, the NASDAQ could go further. But this is kind of difficult territory, to be honest.
In about 9 minutes' time, we get the US crude oil inventories weekly data.
This is sketchy territory for me for longs for NASDAQ.
Came in at a build
because I believe there are a lot of sellers up in this area.
Of 1.3 million. Bank of England is green. Just speaking here on TV at the moment.
Russell and Dow are weak today. Okay.
Pakistan military now confirming that army chief and interior minister reached Tehran as part of ongoing mediation efforts. Bank of England's green says the UK may not have recovered from 2022 second round effects. Let's look in the forecast then for crude oil.
Oh goodness, these daily candles are so crazy.
Compared to the prior build of 3.0.
How do we in just like
gasoline expecting
a couple days
of 2.012 million
get up to almost all-time highs?
1.589 million. Distilled inventories looking at a draw of 2.143 million. Just seeing headlines here from Hezbollah lawmaker Ibrahim Mousavi says Iranian and regional efforts could lead to Lebanon ceasefire soon.
I feel like I can scalp this, honestly.
Also looking at EI crude Cushing inventories, prior was a build of 0.024
here, I feel like I can
million.
scalp a short once it sweeps. Maybe.
Order filled.
Okay, so let's scalp a short.
England's green says firms' expectations have not moved as much as households.
I'll take that.
Stop filled.
Oh, I was about to take it. Oh my. I guess I got a pretty good fill on that. Just need 10 points. Let's get this. All right, let's get it.
Order filled.
IMF's managing director Georgieva says that we should brace for tough times if oil prices stay high. Also, 5 minutes to get we get the EI crude oil inventories. IMF's managing director says many nations have so far avoided untargeted tax cuts and energy subsidies and price controls. Bank of England's Green says successive supply shocks mean households are sensitive. Also, less than 5 minutes till we get the crude oil inventories. Forecast is for a build of 1.9 million. Prior was a build of 3.081 million. IMF's managing director says untargeted actions taken by some will only prolong the pain of high prices. Also, gasoline looking for expecting a draw of 2.012 million. Prior was a draw of 1.509 million.
Is it someone speaking or is it Juice? Is Juice a bot? It's a like actual guy, I'm pretty sure. We've heard him cough before, we've heard him misspeak before. And then whenever they're like off work, it is like AI or something that speaks.
Stop filled.
Okay. Okay, that's it. I'm locking out the fundeds. What happened with my 25 funded accounts? I blew them.
Two US officials cited by Axios, US and Iran made progress in talks on Tuesday, moving closer to framework agreement to end the war. It's further from this Axios piece, US and Bank of England's Green says UK might see mini waves of inflation due to Iran war. So going back to the Axios piece, the US and Iranian negotiators made progress in talks on Tuesday, moving closer to a framework agreement to end the war, according to two US officials. So Pakistani delegation headed by Army Chief Munir arrived in Tehran today for talks with Iranian officials. US officials and sources familiar with the mediation cautioned that
it is cold where I'm at, Nathan,
given substantial differences between the two sides. That's something that's been mentioned by Vance last night. Also from this, a US official said Trump's negotiating team, Vance, Witkoff and Kushner, continued making calls and exchanging draft proposals with Iranians and mediators on Tuesday.
Yeah. I'm gonna log in.
Let's go now. Lead with the crude oil inventories first.
Gonna log into the evals.
The article is on the feed for you to read through as well. IMF's managing director Georgieva says that we're concerned about the physical breakdown in supply chains due to the Middle East war.
No idea how early you had to get up. Yeah. That's how early I get up. So I totally
says
slept
there are
through my
shortages
alarm.
of oil and gas, naphtha, helium, and other products in Asia.
Okay, ES is getting really big orders here. This thing's about to hit TP2. This is crazy. This is
draw
absolutely
of
nuts.
0.913 million, a draw of 0.913 million compared to the expected build of 1.9 million.
Right, there we
Gasoline
go.
inventories, a draw of 6.328 million compared to the expected draw of 2.012 million. Distillate inventories, a draw of 3.122 million compared to the expected draw of 2.134 million. And Cushing inventories, a draw of 1.727 million compared to the prior of a build of 0.024 million. Again, there's across the board draws there.
Okay. Gonna take a short here. I have no idea how far this runs, guys. Above 100, it's like, legitimately don't know. I guess we have to look at the NDX, right? Okay. NDX. SPX is literally 10 points away from all-time highs. This is absolutely nuts. For it to just get back to all-time highs like that, it's just crazy. But it's like right there.
Lebanese Minister of Information to Al-Haddad on the possibility of a ceasefire says the efforts of presidents of the Republic and the government have begun to emerge. Bank of England's Green says Bank of England rate hike expectations are about right after easing.
And the 1 minute 9 is starting to be support.
IMF's managing director
Kind of squeezing right now.
says we're telling central banks with high credibility to signal that price stability is a priority, but don't move right away.
Man. Man. All-time high today, Pasha. The SPX actually may get there. So maybe the NASDAQ maybe the NASDAQ actually goes with it super far. Why are you breaking your orb rule? What rule is that exactly? Financials.
UK government sends businesses open letter warning of AI cyber risk.
What rule is that? Because I'm not 100% sure what you're referring to. I took the 15-minute orb rule. I took the 15-minute orb trade on my funded accounts. This is eval now.
IMF's managing director says we see that short-term inflation expectations
Like
are
what
moving
rule
up
are you
in the
saying?
US
Only
and
trading the
EU.
15-minute orb or what?
Brent crude futures pairing losses down 0.1% after the EIA storage report. IMF's Geopolitical says long-term inflation expectations remain well anchored.
The 15-minute orb, it's moving higher and higher. Like the rule to take no shorts if it's broken to the upside. I don't know if I have a rule like that. Those 1 minute EMAs are holding, man.
We have also posted out the weekly EIA crude oil inventories report on the feed for you to read through. IMF's managing director Georgieva says that we're concerned about risks of inflation moving into food prices should fertilizer delivery at reasonable prices not be resumed soon.
Okay. Pasha, I've been trading the orb on M2K recently or lately. Do you think I would have better luck trading on
Dollar
the
shekel
DAC?
falls 0.4%. First time below 3
I honestly
levels
don't
since
have the back
October
test
of
for
1995.
other indices. So I have no idea. I'm assuming they both would be
According to
similar
EIA,
win
US
rates.
net imports of crude oil fell in the latest week to lowest on record.
You still got the orb from 997. Should I close? What is the target? It already hit TP1 and TP2. For TP2 to hit, that is a 46% chance. So TP2 already hit. TP3 to hit is 29% chance. So, you know, you could do whatever you like. And at these levels, this is just going to run. So NDX is getting up to 26K. SPX is getting close to
March was a
7K.
tough month for the economy, and April may be much tougher.
We're probably getting up to a spot where there's going to be quite a bit of resistance, I'm guessing. A little bit of divergence between the ES and NASDAQ as well right now.
Georgieva adds that energy shock will
This 5-minute
incentivize
candle got a
measures to
bunch of
reduce
sellers
demand.
on the ES. Think we might get to an all-time high? Maybe. Isn't that a tweezer top there? Yep, there come the sellers. Bearish engulfing. That looks like a lower high right there on the 1 minute. Tweezer top on the 5. 26,330, mark my words. Maybe. It'll be quite a crazy squeeze to the upside to all-time highs today, but yeah, it's possible. I think it's definitely possible on this if ES starts pushing and it breaks that, well, if SPX breaks that 7K mark, I think it is definitely possible. Because that means SPX hits all-time highs, and all-time highs, you don't want to be shorting them. So SPX all-time highs at 7002. It's about 10 points away. Pasha, good evening. Just got back from dealing with the first hurricane in Guam. Oh, dang. What did you miss? Well, just 15-minute orb trade. It was successful, and it gave plenty of opportunity to enter. And it hit TP2. By the way, only 10 points stop loss on both.
Continue, total US oil exports jumped to record high.
For this ATM strategy, it's 25 stop, 40 take profit. These are the settings right here. Or 160, 100 auto break even, 120, 40. Truth teller, my entry was on this candle right here. I came into the office and caught the bottom of this 5-minute candle right here. So it was after the 5-minute close.
So an official source speaking to Al Haddad saying reaching a ceasefire will be the result of US pressure after the meeting between Lebanon and Israel. I took a long to be in the green. I took a futures market open orb trade, and then the New York session orb trade. Correct. Russian euros stay close to 12-year highs, around $100 a barrel so far in April, according to data. In discount for Russian euros in Russian ports narrowed by $10 a barrel to some $15 to $17 a barrel against dated Brent oil in April versus March. UK Chancellor Reeves, speaking to at a CNBC event, says Hormuz was open before. We want to get back there. So just a heads up, UK Chancellor Reeves speaking at a CNBC event in Washington.
Yo, what's up, man? Man, it's hard to say if it's going to pivot for a nice pullback near the all-time highs, or if we're just going to blast through all-time high levels. It's so hard to say, man. Because, like, when or if it ends up pivoting, then you just, like, kick yourself being like, why was I long in all-time highs? Why was I doing that? But then if it just, like, breaks through and pushes, then you'll be like, why am I shorting all-time highs? You never short all-time highs. You know what I mean?
Here's Reeves says growth will be higher and inflation lower if the war ends.
Futures Fumbler, what's up, man? Thanks, brother. Fear and Greed Index moving to greed.
Germany's defense minister
That's
says
so crazy.
there's no quick
Within
opening
1
of the
week.
Strait of Hormuz that's in sight.
Wait, is it really? Let me see. Fear and Greed Index. Wow, yeah, it's like almost at greed. That's so crazy. In like 2 weeks, it went from a 6 on extreme fear, and then now it's like almost at greed. Yeah, that put to call option is at greed now. Put to call ratio. Safe haven demand extreme greed. Yeah. It's crazy. But then stock price strength is at extreme fear. Market momentum at greed. Yeah. Honestly, I do not understand. Oh, pattern day trader rules went from 25K to 2K. That's cool. What's TP3 on the orb? It is 26,176. Okay, ES didn't break, NASDAQ's pushing. Oh my, those are huge orders on the NASDAQ. Huge.
Order filled.
ES is about to break.
Order filled.
ES barely broke there. For the 25K rapid account, if you made more than the target in valuation stage, can this count in your payout? No, I don't think so. Man. Buyers buying every little tiny dip.
Goldman President Waldron, speaking at the Semaphore Summit in DC, says he sees no evidence of material weakness in the U.S. economy. House Speaker Johnson, speaking to reporters, says, I expect skinny reconciliation package next week.
Big orders again on NQ. Honestly, just looks like short squeezing. Yes, looking a little bit weaker. Yes is the one that
Johnson
pretty
says
dang
that we
close
will
to
do our
all-time
part to
highs.
fund essential parts of the government.
Jack Chin, good morning. There we go, nice. There's a little sweep at the top there, sellers coming in. Come on. Buyers are too strong. Pasha, new exercise when you get stopped out. You have to hold a plank through the next 1 minute candle. Oh, dude, I'm gonna die. Oil rallying, Russell, Dow selling off. Don't like the fact that they're both failing. Oil going up while ESNQ going up. Yeah. Yeah, today, I don't know if it's going to be today or tomorrow, but it's going to be some weird stuff. Pasha, you mog all the other live day traders? Really? Guess that's good. Sellers got taken out by Israel. Yeah, I guess so. It's like scary movement, man, because this is like I'm saying, this is looking like squeeze territory. You know what I mean? It's like, it's weird. Yeah. The big squeeze territory.
Order filled. Order filled. Order rejected.
TP3 just hit too. On the orb. Just full squeeze upward. There are kind of no key levels up here either, man. It's terrible. Nvidia is almost 200. If it taps 200, you don't think it'll stop there?
Iran abandons dark fleet intermediaries to sell its oil. Wall Street Journal says Iran abandoned intermediaries for decades to sell oil after a number of IRGC officials who run shadow fleet operations were killed, according to Iranian state media.
Okay, I'm down to hold these. These are evals, by the way, guys.
So this is the Wall Street Journal picking up on IRNA and Tehran Times reported that the National Iranian Oil Company will resume sole authority of marketing Iranian crude. The previous system relied on a network of so-called trustees, including oil traders in Russia and Dubai, with direct links to senior IRGC officials. The article's on the feed for you to read through as well. IMF's managing director QQQ says global financial stability seems to be holding for now.
Sellers are trying so hard. They just cannot. I would love these buyers to get trapped right here.
Order filled.
Kind of looks like a little bit of a double top on the ES, but it has to break some moving averages for us to really get that. The second top was barely higher.
According to US CENTCOM, during the first 48 hours of US blockade on ships entering and exiting the Iranian ports, no vessels have made it past US forces. Additionally, 9 vessels have complied with direction from US forces to turn around and return toward an Iranian port or coastal area. So get into US CENTCOM, just posting there on X. Fed Scoresby, speaking to the FT, says Fed faces a little bit of danger on two fronts. Scoresby also says public may misinterpret price rises as persistent.
What's up, FEMA? Man, Apple's like on a straight up squeezer.
Goolsby says if we're going to have high oil prices, we may start seeing consumer inflation expectations rising notably. Reminder, Goolsby did talk about inflation expectations yesterday as well.
NDX is also above 26K. Man. Is it actually going to squeeze to all-time highs? It's about 160 points away. And then the Dow is just full on selling
IDF
off.
chiefs say they approved plans Tuesday on Lebanon and Iran. So according to N12 News, IDF Chief of Staff Zamir says we've approved plans for continuation in Lebanon and Iran. We are on high alert and the planes are ready and armed.
Yes, I am Futures Fumbler. Over 2.5 deviations from view up. Will likely pull back. How far above are we right now? I don't even know. Pretty dang high over view up. Well, we've been doing that very often.
So again, that was the Israeli Chief of Staff who said yesterday we approved plans to continue war in Lebanon.
Did you drink my coffee? I started. Oh, come on, sellers. Some buyers are going to try to hold this spot. Can the sellers break it? They're trying. Come on, we break this, we get a proper pullback. There we go. Nice. That's to the 9 EMA. This is kind of an important spot for buyers to hold too. If this breaks, then we get an even more
Also,
proper pullback.
according to Jerusalem Post, citing Israeli source, that there are no plans for ceasefire with Lebanon.
No plans for ceasefire with Lebanon. That's bearish, yeah. Are the accounts funded? Yeah, I locked them out for the day. I'm trading evals right now. Okay, I gotta cut this quick if it keeps going. Buyers are still in control.
So a reminder
Sellers
you
trying
had
to
earlier on in
absorb.
the day, about an hour ago, senior Israeli official said Israeli
are not
Security Cabinet
successful.
convened to
Okay.
discuss a possible Lebanon ceasefire at 8 p.m. local time, which will be 12 p.m. Eastern.
Okay, I think I need to go long here then. So ES breaks, NASDAQ's gone higher.
A reminder before that, at about 9:21, you had, according to N12 News, that cited Al-Mayadeen that a ceasefire was to be established in Lebanon to last 1 week and extend until the end of the ceasefire between the US and Iran.
There's the ES break. We're probably going much higher.
According to sources here, US and Iran said to weigh extending their ceasefire for 2 weeks. So again, US Iran said to weigh extending their ceasefire for 2 weeks. Did see a little bit of movement, but it's quite tiny actually. It's been tiny all day. A bit of movement towards the upside on the S&P 500. Not so much movement from the dollar index. Again, US and Iran said to weigh extending their ceasefire by 2 weeks. No real movement from WTI, but did see a tiny bit of movement down on WTI off the back of the headline. Further detail into this said, US and Iran are considering extending their ceasefire that ends on Tuesday by another 2 weeks to allow more time to negotiate a peace agreement, according to a person familiar with the matter. Mediators between the warring nations are trying to set up technical talks to resolve the most contentious issues, and those include reopening the Strait of Hormuz and Iran's nuclear enrichment.
NDX is well above 26K now. All-time highs are 150 points above. SPX
IDF chief
4
Zamir
points away
says
from
that we must not
7K
let Iran achieve gains on nuclear front or
and
Hormuz.
7 points away from all-time highs.
China's Foreign Minister Wang Yi holds a call with Iran's Foreign Minister, says China backs Iran in safeguarding its national dignity.
Okay, let's see. I think I need 1500. Yeah, I'm gonna just hold this to profit target. Okay. Okay, it's 150, so 75. It's 150. $250. $75. 35, 40. Okay, I think I go here.
Wang Yi says Iran's rights over the Strait of Hormuz should be respected. Russian defense minister on Europe's plan to increase drone supplies to Ukraine says such actions are dragging these nations into war with Russia at an even faster pace. US stocks extend gains, NASDAQ up 1%.
Okay, we're on our way to TP4. TP4 is at 214.75. That's TP1 on ES. Dang, finally.
Wangi says international straits navigation rights should also be secured. IMF's managing director Georgieva says the length of war determines impact on the world economy. According to a source, ECB to warn Eurozone bankers about new Anthropic AI model risks. So ECB supervisors gather information about new Mythos model, according to a source.
How long does it usually take you to pass an eval?
Bloomberg TV on the feed for you to watch.
If I go super conservatively, probably about 2 weeks.
Georgieva says recovery is some way off, even if the war ends tomorrow. Nigeria's Finance Minister Eden says oil production has risen to 1.8 million barrels per day. Georgieva says financial markets are focused on a solid US economy.
What's it doing here?
Georgieva says markets should probably be more cautious.
Oh no.
Georgieva says supply chain disruptions are already significant. Georgieva says long-term inflation expectations are well anchored. And central banks can take a wait-and-see attitude.
SPX is 2 points away from 7K. 5 points away from all-time highs.
Japanese Finance Minister Katayama visits US Treasury. Georgieva says that Georgieva cautions central banks against moving fast like 2022.
SPX is about to test 7K right now. It's coming up. And then it's all-time highs from there. It's such a sketchy spot, man. We're like right at the top on the S&P 500. We're like right at the top almost. We're just a couple points away. It is so crazy. And if it breaks, this is just gonna squeeze. It's the craziest market ever.
QQQ adds central banks must be careful not to stifle growth.
Tom Lee said 7,700 for S&P this year. That dude's crazy. Okay, some sellers making their attempt again. SPX struggling a little bit because I know there's probably sellers at the 7K level. I don't really know how many orders and all that, how much of a resistance it's going to be. All I know is it's almost there. Let's see, on the ES though, still got quite a bit to go on the futures side. But it's like, it's up there, man. There's sellers here. Shrek came out of his swamp and decided to run the market up. No shorts until the sweeping all-time high on ES? Yeah. Yeah, and I'm watching the SPX more than the ES right now. Because the SPX is like right on, like it's almost there. So I'm just watching it. If the SPX breaks 7K, yes, the NASDAQ's probably running much higher. Like, the NASDAQ probably runs another 100 points, I would think. That's the crazy thing. Pasha, what's your win rate percentage? I have no idea, brother. It's somewhere around 50% probably. Any reason SPX over SPY? I heard people say SPX is better for options trading. I don't know. I'm just not paying attention to SPY. Like, what's SPY at right now? I don't know. I'm looking at SPX because it's like, it's literally at like 7K on the dot is like psychological level, and all-time highs are 2 points above that. So that's why I'm watching SPX. I don't really watch the ETFs. I watch the actual index. SPY is 40 cents away from the high. Okay. Some big orders on NQ right there. The Pasha. SPX is cash settled. It doesn't have assignment risk, but requires a portfolio margin to properly trade it. Yeah. Yeah, like I would assume it's like the more accurate one. I would think that the ETFs aren't like as 100% accurate. I mean, they're gonna track like almost to the T, but I don't know. The ETFs probably don't have like really
Iran's
that
Tasnim
much of
news.
those levels,
So citing
round
sources that
numbers,
ceasefire in Lebanon is a
as much
positive
as the
indicator
index.
for Iran's decision regarding the next round of negotiations.
Okay, here we go. Coming up to our first partial. Yeah, when you trade options, SPX, NDX, things like that, yeah, you get 60% long-term gains for your profits and 40% short-term gains. SPY and those ETFs, they don't get that kind of tax break. So if you make like $1 million in profit on tax advantage indices versus non-tax advantaged, you'll probably pay over, or you'll pay like over 100 per, or how much, what am I trying to say? You'll basically save over $100,000 in taxes. Okay, 26,200 psychological level on futures. And it's like almost at that 7K level on the SPX. It's there. Yep, but that's only for 60% of your gains. That it's 15 and 20. SPX was 14 cents for 7K, yeah. It's almost there. There's definitely some sellers there. If we break, it's running. It's running hard. Sellers made their attempt again. Are they going to be successful this time? I have no idea. There's the seller attempt. Continuation. It's like if it actually, doesn't break and go,
ECB's
you're gonna
Nagel
feel like
Curry
such a
speaking
dummy
in
because
the
it's like,
interview.
why would you be hoping for a large
Nagel
psychological
says
number to
there is
break?
not enough
Obviously, there's
clarity about what
seller there.
happens in April. We need
You
all
know,
optionality.
it's like you end up feeling so
So
dumb,
Nagel
but
says ECB has all
then you have
optionality
everybody
on
saying
rates.
never short all-time highs. So it's a mixed bag.
Order filled. Order filled.
Nagel says April move hinges on Strait of Hormuz situation. Nagel says question about Strait of Hormuz is essential, and 2 weeks can bring in a lot of new information.
Market maker wants to create some suspense.
Nagel says situation developed a little bit better over the course of last week.
Pretty big pullback. Well, not that big, actually. Testing the 9 EMA.
Nagel says inflation expectations are well anchored, but this could still change.
I think this is honestly, this is an eval, guys, but this is gonna be hands off for me. I'm just gonna watch this. I don't think I'm gonna try to get emotionally swayed with this.
ECB says,
If it goes, it goes. It
Nagel
doesn't, it
says the
doesn't. It's
ECB has
whatever.
learned lessons from 2022.
What do I think about oil? Yeah, oil's pushing a little bit.
Nagel says there's no pre-commitment on ECB rates.
NASDAQ and S&P haven't really been following oil the past couple days, it seems.
Nagel says we're between baseline and adverse scenario. ECB's Nagel says that I won't exclude anything for April. It's still too early.
Okay, I need 32 points. So I'm gonna do this. All right, there. We'll just leave that. That's going to be max profit if it pushes there.
Says, as long as the situation around Hormuz is not resolved, the danger of higher inflation is rising.
What platform are you using are you trading on, and how do you have your candles showing the jitter moves? This is the 1,000 tick chart right here on the right. And I'm using Tradeovate. I'm trading an account from my funded futures.
Says that I appreciate the optimism of equity markets. Nagel says we should be very vigilant and very cautious.
Like I said, hands-off trade. When I sit back down, order filled.
Nagel says that I can't say if inflation is transitory or not. Nagel says that the ECB will deliver on its price stability mandate.
So it's pretty much rejection of 7K on SPX. NDX is above 26K. This was the test of 26K right here. It bounced.
According to reports here, Israel expects the ceasefire with Iran will be extended.
There we go. I think I have this calculated out correctly for max profit, which is about 1,500. Pretty sure that's the max I can
According
get
to
on this.
Al-Haddad here, the Israeli army received an order to kill any Hezbollah fighter in southern Lebanon.
See, is there a consistency roll? Yeah, there is. Okay. Gianluca, it's Financial Juice. I got the link in the description for it. There we go. SPX still not at 7K yet, But NASDAQ's pushing. SPX getting close. Also, we're at max profit. There we go. That was about a $1,600 trade. I had $100 of loss realized. So that's max profit on this eval. Now I'm moving over to the next eval. Now the next eval is fresh. Yeah, that's an eval. The green that you see on my P&L on the left, that is those are my funded accounts. Okay, I'll be waiting for a pullback to long it.
According to sources, Venezuela's 310,000 barrel per day carbon refinery starting units after power blackout.
Thanks, Futures Fumbler. I think I'm gonna re-long right there. Set my stop here. And my take profit. Be like that. See if SPX can give us one more pullback from that 7K level before it breaks through. Futures Fumbler. It feels like that, but like don't let the FOMO get to you, because like this is what happened the past 2 weeks legitimately has not happened in like over 10 years. I don't even know if it's happened even in the past 20 years. Like what happened the past couple of weeks is like possibly once in a lifetime. I'm not 100% sure because I didn't look back like 50 years. But I looked back 20 years, and what is happening right now, like with moving averages and everything, 2012 was the last time something like this happened, just with moving averages. But as far as like percentage movement, this quickly, I don't even know when the last time that's happened. The equivalent was the COVID recovery. I don't even know if the COVID recovery was this fast, though. The COVID recovery took like a couple months. This took 2 weeks. Less than. So, like, don't get FOMO, you know? Like, hindsight, it's like, man, I could have just went like 1 micro or whatever and just held it all day. But like reality is this almost never happens. Almost never. There's like almost no way to know that this stuff happens. You know what I mean? So just be careful with that kind of thought process. Yeah, exactly, futures fumbler. Like the thing for day trading is we've gotta trade every single day, you know? Some days it's crazy good. And you know, on those crazy good days, you end up not making like a crazy amount. Some people do, some people don't. The important thing is to just try to make your profits and you know, be happy about it. Like I'm the same way as you. I definitely get FOMO. Like everybody gets FOMO, but like you know, this kind of stuff doesn't happen all the time.
Petroleum Gulf of Oman.
This is like very rare.
Continues to execute U.S. blockade on ships entering and departing Iranian ports.
Yeah, and don't get locked into looking for counter trends too. Yeah. Just because right now we're in a short squeeze. We've been in a short squeeze for over a week. Nice, FEMA. Yeah, FEMA, take your time on that TPT account because you have 60 days once you activate the code. Or once you activate the credit. Pasha, they did squeeze your like button yet? They haven't squeezed the like button yet? Really? Wow. Okay, we're gonna start the poll. Have you hit the like button yet? Yes. No. Pasha is my biggest. No. Pasha is the worst. There. So 1,000-point move 10 years ago used to mean a lot more than it does now. No, I know. I'm not talking about 1,000-point moves. I'm talking about percentage-wise. I'm talking percentage-wise. The way this moved after a bearish crossover on the weekly EMAs and all of that. That's what I'm talking about.
Of the International Finance Global Outlook Forum called The Future of Stablecoins. No text is expected, but there is supposed to be Q&A. Tesla shares set for the biggest one-day jump in over 9 months, last up 7.9%.
Pasha, what indicator did you use for the current buy limit? My eyes. I don't know. No indicator. I just said an approximate. Just looking at how these previous 5-minute pullbacks have gone. That's just approximately what I'm trying to get. Dump on Friday, maybe. All right, we got to work out today. Let's run some workouts, man. I'm getting fat. Here comes the pullback. Did I ever day trade crypto? No, I did not.
Maersk says Port of Selah is operating normally again. There have been no further major incidents that have impacted operations.
Here's the pullback coming. It's a little bit sketchy because the ES, well, the SPX may have made a lower high. So we'll see. It's looking a little bit weird. Looking like a McDonald's Mickey D pattern.
TV
but we're long.
Iran to decide whether to hold a new round of
Let's see.
discussions with the US
It's a hands-off
after
trade.
internal review of Pakistani delegation meeting.
Did we just catch the bottom? That may have been an incredible entry. Possibly. Let's see. That is strong buying. And that's going to be max profit if it hits profit target right there. Not bad. I think I have that calculated correctly. It should be about 38 points. 37.5 points for 15K. So it'll just be minus commissions. Let us see. It's not a lower high, it's just an equal high. That's on the futures. On the SPX, it's a lower high. On the ES futures, it's a slightly higher high. Whoa. 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 Did we seriously just catch 3 ticks of drawdown? I would say that's not too shabby. And that's a nice buying there. All right, let's hit some bench press while this is pushing upward. Let's see. Camera's off a little bit. There we go. What else is in the gym that's not on camera? It's pretty much all on camera. There's like a set of dip bars kind of in the background. That's about it. Okay, ES testing that 21 EMA. First time in this uptrend that it's tested it. No soup. You could always rent an office space. I got a really good deal from a friend to rent this office space. No soup, you'll get there, man. How's trading going today? It's going very well today. Nvidia and Tesla have lost up momentum. Okay. Yeah, the SPX and ES kind of lost a little bit of upward momentum as well. I think here I could probably set my stop to break even, to be quite honest with y'all. I feel like if it comes back down one more time, it's probably going to go lower. Harish, yeah, volume usually drops in the afternoon. And guys, just so you know, trading evals or fundeds like this with this kind of size and allowing a trade to go and then come back and all of that, be careful that you're not doing that on evaluations that don't have
Edison
end-of-day
replaces
drawdown.
most lost Qatar gas
This is the
with
My
US
Funded
LNG
Futures Pro
cargoes.
account, so it has end-of-day
So Edison
drawdown.
secures 7 spot cargoes to offset Qatar shortfall.
TPT has end-of-day. So if you're intraday, careful not to trade like this. Definitely want to take your profits, especially if you're going big size. Have a good day, FEMA. Thanks. TPT has intraday only with the funded accounts. But I'm trading the My Funded Futures Pro accounts, which have end of day for the eval and for the funded.
Kremlin says Russia is not involved in the conflict raging over Iran, and this is not our war.
ES kind of looking weak. ES kind of looking weak. I don't know what's going on. Let's see if it can get back above moving averages, because the NASDAQ's looking really strong. ES is weak right now. So far hasn't broken through that 7K level. On SPX. Let's go. Okay, I think I'll lock in 5 points now with the trailing stop. All Lucid is end of day. But Lucid is end of day after you get the small buffer, isn't it? Okay, there we go. SPX catching a bid. We've already got almost 30 points with only 3 ticks of drawdown. That's 1 to 30 risk to reward so far. It's always end of day? Oh, okay. Sometimes we forget it's also OPEX this week, so we tend to have wacky price action on the indices. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, let's push through. I think the SPX, as of right now, with how the NASDAQ's looking, SPX doesn't even need to break 7K for us to hit this private target. Let's go. Okay, I'm trailing 10 points now. Looking for 40. Or 38, sorry. Huge buys on NQ. The squeeze continues. This was a very lucky trade. I literally just put like an approximate buy order. We ended up pretty much catching the bottom point. There it goes. We're almost there. After I take this profit, I don't know what to do. Like, do I buy another eval? ES is all-time high? Almost. It's very, very close. It's less than 5 points away on the SPX specifically. TP hit. Nice, Alex. Missed me by 1.5 points. Come on.
Conte Al-Haddad correspondent, Trump will go to Pakistan if an agreement is reached with Iran.
Come on, no bad news. Keep the squeeze. We need 1.5 points above that high. Uh-oh. It may come all the way back down. Come on. Come on, let's go. Get up there. Get up there. Squeeze the shorts. Go, 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 go. Come on, just one little tap through. One little tiny tap through. Come on. We calculated the max profit perfectly. Don't make me close this trade. Time for the short squeeze song. Oh man. ES is potentially looking like a head and shoulders. I don't know. I guess it's just regular consolidation. But momentum definitely slowed down on the ES. NASDAQ kind of hasn't. Come on, get me up there. Get me up there. Just a little boop up there. Stop out stop out the shorts right there. You can do it. It's coming. It's coming. That song's currently banned. Yes. Yes. Go. Go. Yeah, this is an eval. Man, it's struggling. Come on. Just give me the quick push up there. Oh, the horror. 1.5 points. Could have just been a clean push up. Top tick exit after a top tick, bottom tick entry. Would have been textbook ICT. Just kidding. It wasn't an ICT entry. It was just lucky entry. Oh, Lynette, nice job. 3K more to pass? Wow. You're 66% of the way there. Nice job, Lynette. Come on, wick through. Wick through. You got it. You're right there. You're just 2 points away. Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. Big orders, big orders. Is it going to... Don't you dare. Don't you dare. That was 2 ticks away from my profit target. No way. Market maker, if you're watching this, you're a jerk. Go! 2 ticks! Give it to me! Come on, market maker. Just give me this trade. This is like the most perfect trade I've ever taken.
RDF says they expect an increase in firing from Lebanon within hours.
Oh no. Bad news! Just give me 2 ticks up there. Come on. Come on. Knees weak, palms are sweaty. Come out. Come out. Yes. Nice. There we go. Oh, man. And the SPX still has not broken 7K. The NASDAQ just keeps rallying. The NASDAQ is up 2x percentage-wise today compared to the SPX. So the S&P, like, it's trying. It's probably going to break all-time highs. It's kind of consolidating, tightening up there. It's very close. It's about to break 7K probably on this next push, which is going to cause some big squeeze to the upside, I think. Unless it just sweeps the high and rejects fully. But that is now max profit on these 2 accounts. So let's see. That was $18 of commission for 20 micros. I guess not bad. Can I trade when I withdraw the funds to the wallet using TPT? Yeah, you should be able to. Just if you lose more than what you requested or whatever, then it's probably gonna get denied. You know, if you don't, if you end up having a red day and then you have less money in your account than you would withdraw. Yeah, true trace on. Very true. All right, I don't know what to do now. Here, I'm gonna relog into Ninja Trader so you guys can see the P&L because I just bought those accounts. Is it better to pass evals on micros? I don't know. Kind of whatever you want to do. There we go. So those are the P&Ls right there. Guys, I honestly, like, I might be done trading for the
Senior
day.
Hezbollah source to Al Jazeera says Iran sought with parties sponsoring the Islamabad negotiations to include Lebanon.
Okay, 7K just broke on ES.
So it's a reminder that's one of
How
the
far away from
one of the
all-time
points that
highs are
Iran
we?
made during the original ceasefire proposal.
I guess on this contract, we're pretty far on the NASDAQ. Coming up to a pretty strong resistance, probably, on NASDAQ. But since ES broke 7K, it's probably hitting all-time highs, which is going to squeeze higher, which is probably bringing the NASDAQ with it. So I would assume the NASDAQ probably runs another 100 points. SPX is like less than 1 point away from all-time highs right now. It is starting to squeeze. This could get violent. Okay, let's get our next set.
Katayama saying that he had discussions on currencies with U.S. Treasury Secretary Bessent. Katayama says that I agreed with Bessent to stay in close contact. So it's been reported from the New York Times now that Israel is considering ceasefire with Lebanon. It's already been reported by others before, but just a wider notation of that headline from earlier. Katayama says that we will take bold action on Forex as needed. Did see a little bit of strength from the Japanese yen off of the back of Katayama's comments. Again, Katayama saying that they will take bold action on FX as needed and will stay in close contact with Bessent. The New York Times cites 3 Israeli officials on possible ceasefire. Seeing some further movements towards the downside now from the dollar yen off the back of Katayama's comments.
All right, guys. I think since the SPX is about to hit all-time highs, we've kind of got to do it. Trade Titans. This market
S&P
was
500
going
is
down
above
to the ground.
7,000 points.
It was failing. Economies around the world were struggling. But that's all behind us. Because we have a market saver in the White House. And the shorts are getting squeezed. Let's go!
Katayama says that he will speak with Besant when he's in Japan. And Katayama says passengers can stop in Japan en route to China in May.
SPX is legitimately very close to all-time highs. Let's go! SPX at the high, less than 50 cents away from all-time highs. If we break it, we are squeezing. Hold the line. Hold the 9 EMA on the 5-minute chart. Hold the line. Oil's falling. SPX curling. Right under all-time highs. Here we go, we got some buyers. We have some warriors. They're on the front line. They're alone. Join them, Trade Titans. Full frontal attack. We need to squeeze these shorts. Hold.
The yen raises losses against dollar pounds. Katayama comments on forex.
Can they hold? Come on. Come on, warriors. I'm here for you. Okay, we lost some warriors on the front line. Hold it. We have more warriors at our dispense. At our disposal. Okay, you guys may be right. Maybe when we do play the song, it's a full reversal or full pullback. It's like every time. This thing's hitting all-time highs soon though. Unless, like, I mean, SPX broke 7K. After the sweep of 7K, we got some sellers on SPX. I mean, let's see. $26,250 is kind of the spot on NASDAQ where the sellers came in. I think as long as it holds the 9 EMA, it's going to squeeze. You should short when the song plays. You were down 900, now you're down 120. Nice. Good comeback.
According to sources, ECB policymakers are wary of April rate hike as there is no evidence yet of second-round inflation effects.
Okay, so if I had a third eval, I'd probably be longing like right here. See if it holds that 9 EMA. Actually, I think I'd be longing like right here. Let's take an imaginary trade. So there's the entry. Stop of 20
Katiana
points.
says that I didn't discuss monetary policy with Besant.
20-point stop. And we'll go 50 points of reward. So this would be the trade. But NASDAQ's actually going to the 21, dang. That definitely lost some momentum. Yes, it's holding. Let's see. Let's see. All-time high, all-time high. Forget the 305 short. The final short squeeze song short is the new. You want to short oil again? Yeah. But yeah, I'm pretty much done with all trades for the day. And this is possibly looking kind of bearish. If this loses the 21 EMA on the NASDAQ, I don't know. This might be like a full reversal. Because the SPX came like 30 cents away from its all-time high. And rejected. So there's possibility of like a really big pullback. You love these straight up days, plus 4.8K today. Nice split striker with the TPT daily withdrawal. Not bad. Okay. That technically hit the 20 points, but I think the technical stop loss will be right here. The bottom of this candle. Possibility of the post-lunch rip higher.
According to data, LNG cargo from Russia's Portovaya plant is on its way to India.
Yeah, let's get our next set.
So again, Russian LNG under US sanctions heads for the first time to India.
Surtug, yeah, the only reason I use TradeSyncer is to place bracket orders across multiple accounts. That's correct. So like whenever I'm taking the orb trades and whatnot, I like to set the bracket orders. Did I get involved with the My Funded Futures buy one get one free on a pass evals? Oh, I should pick one more up actually. Good call. Yeah, the get one, the buy one get one is actually, I think it's still running. I think I should get this. Wait, let me check. Does it apply to all accounts? Oh, and it's on the rapid plans. Okay. So I need to get a rapid. Okay, I got one more rapid, actually, for the buy one, get one. There we go. Okay. There's the rapid. Okay, that's fallen. I'm honestly gonna long it, guys. I'm gonna try. This is looking like potentially full reversal. I'm trying to long here because on the NDX, it's coming down to the 26K level. Might actually find support there.
Just keeping an eye on the S&P 500. Just seeing a little bit of downside movement here. No headlines to back up the move. Of course, we'll relay
What's
that
the
to
rapid deal?
do find
It's
anything.
basically you
Little
buy
bit
a
of
rapid
movement towards
account,
the upside on the
and if
DC.
you pass the
Quite
eval,
small
you
there.
get a second
Nothing else.
account free. I don't know if it's a second funded or if it's a second eval. Yeah, that's falling pretty hard. Okay, NDX actually just broke 26K. Uh-oh. That's pretty heavy. I think I have to exit this. NDX didn't even bounce at 26K. Oh, never mind. There's some buyers in here. Okay, I'm exiting. I'll actually enter short on it. 26K failed. So I think target. Target I'll do right here. Okay, one sec.
So According to Channel 12, quoting an Israeli official, Witkoff proposed a ceasefire in Lebanon for a week, but Israel insisted on separating the Lebanese and Iranian fronts. According to the Kremlin, US rejected Russia's initiative to transfer Iranian-enriched uranium to Russia.
Okay. That's a big selling candle. I'll add one.
OMB Director Vought, when pressed on Iran war supplement request, Vought said he doesn't have a ballpark dollar amount. OMB still working on Iran war request to Congress.
Check the fib levels. Okay. So 61.8.
Also seeing reports here that Russia and the US are in contact, maintaining several channels of communication, is what the Kremlin said.
I guess with that short squeeze song, we called the top. Accidentally. I really thought that if SPX breaks that 7K, it's going to squeeze harder, but it did not. Okay, there we go. Mark, sounds good. Take care, brother. Did this yesterday and squeezed all the way back up. Yeah, be careful. Yesterday, I guess it did. You're right. Yeah, this was pretty big orders coming in. Just not sure what's going on.
Just a heads up for calendar wise, there's supposed to be a vote in the Senate on Iran war powers at 2 p.m. Eastern, and an expected vote later on disapproving arms sales to Israel.
Bounced off the 61.8. Okay, that's pretty big buying. Made a flip back long here if it doesn't reject ASAP. This could be that really big retracement from the all-time high level. Yeah.
So minor White House Press Secretary Levitt is due to speak at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. It did change to 2 p.m. on the AP Live video. It's now back to 1 p.m. Eastern. We'll pop out the video for you shortly.
Sellers right back in. Do you think he'll pull back more than this? Maybe, yeah. That was pretty heavy selling.
We have posted a video on the feed for you to watch.
Order filled.
This is just a heads up of what's going on. So Irani-Pakistan talks have now begun.
I think they said Iran and Pakistan talks have begun.
Stop filled.
5-minute bearish crossover as well.
Order filled. Order filled.
I'm gonna try to stick to longs here, guys. But this could be really bad. We have 5 minutes left till this hourly candle closes. So this could be super, super bearish. We could even retrace all the way to the open, but kind of feel like I gotta stick to longs here. Because it's like, it's expected, you know, for a nice pullback near all-time highs. So like momentum died near all-time highs on SPX and everything, and now we had some profit taking.
Iran
Now
announced
we
a
got some
suspension of
selling.
export of all petrochemical products until further notice.
I'm curious how this hourly closes. If it gets like a 40-point bounce before it closes, then that's super bullish still. 4.5 minutes left till it closes. But even then, yeah, yesterday we had we had a similar thing, but it actually didn't close bearish. This one could close bearish. 4 minutes.
Also, 5 minutes ago, we're expected to hear from White House Press Secretary Levitt.
There's ES going further, coming down to the 50 fib.
Order filled. Order filled.
I'm slowly hitting scalps here, and it's bringing my average lower as well. And then if it like full reverses back to the upside, it's going to be a big profit. Just be careful, guys. I know this looks like a reversal, but longer term trend, it's been a straight short squeeze. Just remember that. We had this pullback literally right before hitting all-time highs on SPX. I think we probably break today's intraday highs. That's just me though. Maybe we don't. I'm kind of thinking we do. Not on the NASDAQ, but I think on the SPX we will. I think this might be like a fake out to the short side to get liquidity to short squeeze it above the all-time highs. Okay, we got 2 minutes till the hourly candle closes. See how it closes. I basically want it to close above 162 on the NASDAQ.
according to a political reporter in regards to the OMB Vault Director headline, who said that they have no ballpark figure for the Iran supplement and that the OMB is still working on the request to Congress. The reporter says admin has told me that they want to set it up after hostilities have ended. Again, that's according to a political reporter.
Okay, final minute of this hourly candle. Let's see if they push it back above.
Also, shortly expected to hear from White House Press Secretary Levitt. From the videos on the feed.
The all-time high is close on the SPX. "15 seconds. 10. Okay, it looks like it's closing bearish. I mean, it's closing bearish, but it's got a nice bottom wick as well, so maybe it's kind of neutral. I don't know for ICT what this kind of close means.
Republican senators urge U.S. Commerce Secretary
The body's
Lutnick
above
to
the
shore
wick
up
of
U.S.
the
chip
last
supply in a
bullish
letter.
candle. Would this be considered a bearish engulfing if the body is above still of the wick? I know if the body's above the other body, then it wouldn't be, and below the body, I think it's bearish engulfing. Bro, check the 15. That looks like a pretty nice doji on the 15. Man, I'm thinking to hold this long. The 9 EMA rejection. Okay. Let's see. If it comes back, so the 9 touched on the SPX. Same thing on the ES. Here's the ES right here. If we get back above, we're probably breaking all-time highs. Take care, Alex. Kind of looks like possibly another higher low. And look at that entry. Is the Fed speaking live? It's not the Fed, but there's a press briefing with Levitt right now. I can bring it live right now if you want it. Let's do that. Looks like they haven't started yet.
So many people watching are so focused on gas prices that are still high, even though we've been told that they might be coming down by now, or at least by the beginning of the summer. And now we know that that might not be the case, according to the Energy Secretary. They're going to send out the Treasury Secretary and the Small Business Administrator to let everybody know that it is the Trump administration's support of the One Big Beautiful Bill that has these no tax on tips, no tax on overtime provisions that have put more money into people's pockets. That's the reason that a lot of tax returns that will be coming in the next 2 weeks for people that waited until the last.
All right. So Levitt's a little bit late,
Something else here at the White House.
but we can watch this live, and I'm gonna just keep this long. I'm gonna try to play this for like 200 points this long. I'm gonna let it run. Okay, I'm gonna hit my next set while we're waiting. How did I get that entry? Just made like an approximate entry. So far, we got 70 points on that long. Like I said, I think I'm going to target 200. I think SPX does break to all-time highs. It's looking pretty dang bullish. So, one sec. I'm going to calculate real quick. Here, let me restart my NinjaTrader so we see the P&L. Gotta calculate real quick max profit on this. What do I think about oil? Not much. Probably continues dropping, I don't know. Okay, so realized negative 658, okay. So...
USA Today reports that the Pentagon plans a possible Cuba operation for Trump.
So let me see here. Go for 2K.
So if I want that,
NVIDIA and Cadence expand cooperation on physical AI.
I think I'm gonna double up this long. Right there. So 136. Gonna calculate this real quick. So
US Central Command say that thousands of
21.
US service members are executing the blockade.
216 divided by 2. 108.5 plus. We need 245. Oh, we actually don't even need the high. Okay, so 245. Right there. So we're gonna just target close to the high right there. And I'm gonna just let this run. I'm fine with this being basically, if if I lose the trade, I'll lose the trade. If not, I get max profit. We'll just wait for Levitt to come on. Not much. I drive a Tesla. Yeah. Also got a 4Runner though. That thing's a gas guzzler. Bro, maybe close 50%. Bro, I just doubled. I just doubled my long. Because the SPX looks super bullish. It just got above moving averages. I'm trading the NASDAQ basically off what I'm looking at on the SPX. That's what I'm doing. The NASDAQ is like, I don't know, I'm watching the SPX more because the SPX is the one that's very close to all-time
Central
highs.
Command giving some more information saying that the Abraham Lincoln Marines are assisting with the blockade.
His doctor outfit. Yeah. I saw that. I was like, oh my goodness, man. Okay, if we hit near the high on the NASDAQ, that's max profit on this account. Okay, I'm gonna do one tick less just in case I miscalculated. Let me just recalculate this real quick. So okay, 245. Okay, it's correct. Okay, so I can actually do 245. 25. A paid sure. You're visiting Apex Trader eval for your first time. Which one is best? Oh, you're trying Apex Trader funding for the first time? I like the 50K intraday drawdown. If I'm like trading conservative size, you know, 2 micros max. If I'm going above that, then, you know, end of day drawdown might be the way to go. But I'm sticking to 50Ks. SPX looking a lot more bullish than the NASDAQ right now. But if the NASDAQ can hold these moving averages, get the 5-minute cross back to bullish, we're probably good on this long. Trump isn't going to be speaking? I don't think so. Wow. What the heck is that person doing? Where's my stop? I don't have one.
ECB's Escriva says we have not seen much change in inflation expectations.
So I have ECB speaking as well. I'm doing 10 micros. No stop needed with 100% win rate. Facts. Why not do 1 mini versus 10 micros? I don't know, because I was doing 5 micros and I doubled my position. That's why. I caught 5 at the absolute bottom of that low, and then I just doubled up. You ever trade US 30? No, not really. When are they going to speak? Probably any minute now. 500-point dump coming in your dreams, though. So yes, with the prop firm that I'm currently taking this trade on, the commissions are going to be higher with 10 micros versus 1 mini. Like I said, I doubled up. I started with 5 micros. I was not trying to take 1 mini long. Low 1028. I do not. I do not use the book maps. And everybody's just like dead silent. There she is.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
How are you? Good to see you. We have a packed house, and I have two very special guests with me today. I will start with some scheduling announcements. Tomorrow afternoon, President Trump will travel to Las Vegas, Nevada to hold a roundtable and deliver remarks on the working families.
Okay, I'm gonna
On
mute
Friday,
Financial
President Trump
Juice
will
for
travel
this.
to Phoenix, Arizona to deliver remarks at a Turning Point USA event at Dream City Church. And I'm really honored to be standing here today on Tax Day with two esteemed members of the President's cabinet and his excellent economic team, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and Small Business Administrator Kelly Loeffler. As we have seen this tax season, President Trump's working families' tax cuts have put a historic amount of money back into the pockets of the American people this year. On the campaign trail in 2024, President Trump looked voters in the eye and promised them he would sign the largest tax cuts in the history of our country. And on Independence Day last year, President Trump and congressional Republicans delivered, passing the largest tax cut in history for working and middle-class Americans, including no tax on tips, overtime, and Social Security. They also passed unprecedented tax relief for small businesses, farmers, workers, and families. With Tax Day officially here, the numbers prove these tax cuts have been nothing short of extraordinary. More than 53 million filers claimed at least one of President Trump's signature new tax cuts. The average refund this filing season is more than $3,400. The Trump administration has issued more refunds and larger refunds than in any year of the history of our country. And I will allow Secretary Bessent to break down the numbers in greater detail. President Trump and Republicans in Congress have always believed that the American people know how to spend their money better than the government does. But what the American people must not forget is that every single Democrat in Congress voted against these tax refunds. The media has largely omitted this fact and other critical details in their stories covering the benefits of the Trump tax cuts. If the Democrats in Congress had gotten their way and blocked President Trump's historic legislation, Americans would have faced the largest tax hike in history, nearly $4 trillion. The average taxpayer would have seen a 22% increase in their tax rates. Democrats in Congress have proven over and over again that they are the affordability frauds who believe the government should keep more of the American people's hard-earned money. This president and Republicans in Congress fundamentally believe that Americans deserve to keep more of their hard-earned paychecks. It's a clear contrast for American families to keep in mind. So with that, I will turn it over to our great Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, and then he will turn it over to Kelly. Thank you.
Good. Thank you, Caroline. I'm here to tell you that it has been a fantastic tax season. It has gone smoothly. It has gone efficiently from the point of view of the IRS, but most importantly, it's been a great tax season for the American people. Thanks to promises made, promises kept, through the working families tax cuts, the president has delivered the record refunds to the American people. More than 45% of the filers of the returns that we have seen have had at least one of the four president's signature policies: no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, the deductions for our great seniors, and the deductibility of interest on auto loans for American-made cars. And I will tell you that the biggest, one of those that Americans have taken is no tax on overtime. And it's the American way. If you want to work longer hours, you get to keep more of your money. And with that, we are seeing, I want to encourage everyone out there watching today to change their withholding if they haven't already done so, because if you change your withholding, then you will get an automatic real wage increase on a weekly or a monthly basis, and you will be able to keep more of your money this calendar year. So with that, we have also seen with the Trump accounts, we have had 5 million families file for Trump accounts for their children. 1.2 million of those are eligible for the $1,000 seed bonus. So we look forward to that picking up more and more. For those of you who haven't done it, it's easy to remember, Form 4547. You can do it while you're filing your taxes. You can do it at any point during the year. We think this is going to be transformational in terms of financial literacy. This is Financial Literacy Month, and at Treasury and all over the administration, we are working with the American people, with American families, not only to give them more of their money, but to show them how to invest it in a safe, smart, and sound way. So with that, I will turn it over to Kelly.
Great. Thank you, Scott, and good afternoon, everyone. Excited to be here on Tax Day, important day for small business because small business and their employees have real relief thanks to President Trump's working family tax cuts. As administrator of the U.S. Small Business Administration, it is my great honor to serve our great president as the cabinet-level voice for America's 36 million small businesses. President Trump is right. Small business is big business. Indeed, they are a massive economic engine that creates 2/3 of all new jobs. They represent 99% of all businesses, and they drive about half of our GDP. The working family tax cuts are putting money back into the pockets of the hardest working Americans. That's why small business and their employees are benefiting the most. President Trump and congressional Republicans have saved Americans from a $4 trillion tax hike, including a staggering 20% tax increase on working families. It would have destroyed millions of jobs. Now, I've traveled the country from Maine to Alaska, and not a single worker, not a single small business asked to pay $1 more in taxes. Yet every single congressional Democrat voted to raise taxes, not just on small businesses, on our workers, on our seniors, on hardworking families. Thankfully, Republicans united behind common sense policy of letting Americans, not Washington bureaucrats or fraudsters, keep more of what they earn. Now, so far, as you've just heard, 12 million small businesses have an average tax saving of $7,000. The 20% small business pass-through deduction is now permanent, offering them certainty to plan for the future and the rocket fuel to create 1 million new jobs. Eric Williams at Prince Manufacturing in rural Georgia. He specializes in fabrication and machining. This year, he's reinvesting his tax savings to hire 500 new employees. The provisions for 100% expensing of equipment, expansion, and R&D are also growing production to help us reclaim industrial dominance. At Blue Patriot Fab, which I visited this week in Omaha, the owners highlighted one of their newest buildings, and they call it the Big Beautiful Building because the tax cuts helped them build it. Made in America is back, and that's why the America worker is winning too. No tax on tips and overtime means that millions of employees are now rewarded, not punished, for working more. And it's already benefited, as you just heard, 31 million taxpayers. In Baltimore, John and Tony Minidakis are proud second-generation owners of Jimmy's Seafood. Now, with no tax on tips and overtime, their 200 employees know that coming into work means going home with more pay. And Wade, a CNC machinist that I met at Lehigh Valley Plastics in Pennsylvania, said he routinely takes on extra shifts, and now the tax cuts reward his extra effort. And the benefits aren't just for tax season. As you've heard, the Trump accounts are connecting young people from birth to the power of our free enterprise system. With 529 savings accounts and Workforce Pell for trade schools, we're now training the next generation of skilled workers to fill millions of open jobs at small businesses. So in closing, America is open for business again. Yet every Democrat voted no on the very tax relief that is restoring Main Street, that is putting more money back into the pockets of hardworking families. Small businesses are rebounding from years of Biden inflation, decades of unfair trade, and massive regulatory overreach. But thanks to President Trump's tax cuts, they now talk about expansion, hiring plans, and generational opportunity. This is America First in action. Lower taxes, rising wages, and a thriving Main Street. Now millions of Americans are getting their largest tax refund ever. And Main Street is getting historic tax relief to keep the American dream alive. Thank you.
Good. And before we take questions, I want to provide some numbers for you all. So tax day statistics as of April 12th, over 53 million filers, nearly 45% claimed one of President Trump's signature tax cuts. The average tax cut for filers benefiting from one of President's new tax cuts is over $800. Over 6 million filers have claimed no tax on tips with an average deduction of $7,100. Over 25 million filers have claimed no tax on overtime with an average deduction of $3,100. Over 30 million seniors have claimed the enhanced deduction for seniors with an average deduction of $7,500. And over 1 million filers have claimed no tax on car loan interest on American cars for an average deduction of over $1,800. The average refund this filing season is over $3,400. Over 34 million families have claimed Republicans' enhanced child tax credit, which is permanently doubled and expanded by the working families tax cuts. Over 105 million filers have claimed the permanently doubled standard deduction, simplifying tax filing for millions across America. So as much as people do not like to pay their taxes, and we saw a survey today that 70% of Americans still believe that they are overtaxed, this is a great day for the American people.
Thank you, Scott and Kelly. We'll now open it up to questions. You're welcome to ask me questions or either of the great cabinet officials next to me. And we'll start, as always, with our new media seat. Mr. Posobiec, why don't you kick us off?
Thank you, Caroline. Secretary Bessent, if I may, there's been this media narrative out there that while we see the data on tax refunds, that it's not good enough, that the tax season has been too soft. What is your response to this media narrative regarding the tax refunds?
Look, it's been an incredible tax season. We have done more with less at the IRS, that we have moved over millions of taxpayers to digital tax accounts, and that leaves us able to service more taxpayers in person and on the phone. And as we can see, the economy was very strong. We are seeing growth across the board in all areas, and as Kelly said, small business, Main Street are really the big beneficiaries, and this is what they don't want you to hear. That Wall Street always done great. This administration is focused on parallel prosperity and bringing prosperity back to Main Street, and that starts with people keeping more of their money.
And one for Caroline as well as the administration in general, if I may. This past Saturday, I published a video of now former Representative Eric Swalwell in bed, and the president's heading to Las Vegas. Well, Eric Swalwell was in Las Vegas in this video. I'm told, according to geotagging, this scandal has erupted now. Accusers coming forward, many others coming forward, as well as questions regarding his extremely close relationship with Arizona Senator Ruben Gallego. And I want to know if the administration had any comment on the fact that Senator Gallego seemed to be very vocal about wanting the release of the Epstein files, and yet when questions come to his own involvement with Eric Swalwell, he doesn't seem to want to provide anything.
Yeah, look, I think the accusations and allegations against former Representative Swalwell are despicable and disgusting. I think it's also quite plausible, as you point out, Jack, that there were many other Democrats in this town on Capitol Hill who knew about his perhaps illegal behavior, certainly his disgusting and inappropriate behavior, and why were they silent for so long? I think those are questions that must be raised of these sitting representatives, including Mr. Gallego, and I hope that the journalists in this room will do their jobs, and the journalists on Capitol Hill will do their jobs to ask Democrats in power how they knew about such despicable behavior from one of their elected representatives for so long, but never said or did anything about it. So that's what we hope to see as far as the White House and the President is concerned. Thank you. Peter.
Thank you. I have one for you and then one for Secretary Bessent.
Sure.
For you, Caroline, there are now 10 American scientists who have either gone missing or died since mid-2024. They all reportedly had access to classified nuclear or aerospace material. Is anybody investigating this to see if these things are connected?
I've seen the report, Peter. I haven't spoken to our relevant agencies about it. I will certainly do that and we'll get you an answer. If true, of course, that's definitely something I think this government and administration would deem worth looking into. So let me do that for you.
Thank you. And Secretary Besson, it doesn't sound like we're going to have $3 a gallon gas by summertime, which we had initially been told by the Energy Secretary. He now says that it would be very aggressive if we're going to get to the $3 a gallon gas by the summer. So when are we really going to get $3 a gallon gas?
Well, I think that's going to be the up to how the negotiations go. President Trump said this morning that he thinks we're nearing the end. The U.S. kept their side on the ceasefire. We've stopped firing. The Straits of Hormuz have not been completely reopened.
We're up over 70 points on this.
See, and I'm optimistic that during the summer we will see gas with a 3 in front.
We're going
of it
for
sooner rather than
almost
later.
109 points on this long, guys.
Bank week here
It may hit.
in D.C., so I've been meeting with a lot of my Middle Eastern counterparts, the finance ministers, and they all say that
Guys, also SPX is 1 point, less than 1 point away from all-time highs. SPX. So we may see a squeeze on SPX.
Again, I'm optimistic that sometime between June 20th and September 20th, that we can have $3 gas again. And as I said this morning too, we are going to be watching the gas stations because they raise prices very quickly when when the crude oil prices went up. We hope they'll bring them down just as quickly as crude oil prices have come down, which they've come down substantially just in the past 10 days.
Great. Sure.
Thank you so much, Caroline. Can you give us an update on the president's thinking on the next attorney general? A lot of names have been going around, like Ron DeSantis, Rudy Giuliani, Ed Martin.
SPX about to hit all-time highs.
What qualities is the president looking for in a new AG? And will there be
it's almost there right now.
Many have described as weaponization within Biden's office when he was the president.
Sure. Well, certainly ensuring that there's accountability for the weaponization of justice that took place under the Biden administration is a top priority for this president. With respect to names that are floated, there are always names floated in the press. Sometimes I have a chuckle when I read some of the reports about certain people floated for certain jobs. As far as the president is concerned right now, Todd Blanche remains the acting attorney general. The president feels
we're
he's doing a good
officially at
job,
all-time highs on
and that's where it
SPX.
lands right now. I don't have any
Get ready
personnel
for the
updates
whip.
for you today.
Could be a sweep and dump. Be careful. We're at all-time highs on SPX. Repeat. All-time high on SPX. Let's go.
Dr. Mehmet Oz did recently, where he described the president's views on his own diet. He said that he argued that diet soda is good for him because it kills grass, and if you pour it onto the grass, the grass is killed, and it therefore must kill cancer cells. I'm wondering.
I'm not talking about futures. I am talking about the actual index. It is at all-time highs.
In this room, I think you know the president has a very good sense of humor. It's one of his most underreported characteristics, I would say. I have heard him tell this joke before. I think the Wall Street Journal should get a better sense of humor.
And then another one for you. Has the president filed his taxes, and is he going to release them publicly?
It's actually a very good question. I have not inquired with the president directly about his own taxes, but I'm happy to do so, and we'll get you an answer on that.
Secretary Besson,
I have filed my taxes.
It's yours publicly. The president has publicly said that you are the reason that he has not fired Chairman Jay Powell. Will you make that case again to him, as he's recently said that he still wants to fire the chairman?
Look, I am confident that the process that we have laid out in terms of Kevin
Okay, I
Warsh,
set my stop,
becoming
locking
the
in
next Fed
27
chair,
points if
he's
it
gonna have the
drops
hearing
down
on
there.
the 21st of this month. He's a great candidate. We know that the Republicans on the Senate Finance or Senate Banking Committee are aligned in that, and I am very optimistic that the Kevin Warsh will be the chair of the Fed on time, and that will be a moot question.
Stephen, go ahead.
Secretary Besson, you mentioned that the no tax on overtime is the biggest one that people are claiming. I think you said 25 million people. Have you seen evidence that more companies are offering overtime, or that people are working more overtime and increasing their productivity? And the second question, the health insurance industry is advertising heavily in DC, describing themselves as the good guys in the whole healthcare system. President Trump has threatened to haul in their executives and force them to lower prices. Can you provide any update on the administration's efforts there?
Okay, so I'll take the second one last because that's not my area. I don't wear a lot of hats here, but I am sure that the president makes his views known with corporate executives, and if that is true, then they will be hauled before him. And with overtime, as Kelly and I go out and talk to employers and workers around the country, they all want more overtime. And there was this narrative that I think over 2 million illegal aliens have either voluntarily deported or been deported, and that there would be a worker shortage. Well, what better way to fill that gap than with overtime for hardworking Americans and for them to keep more of it?
Yeah, I'll just add that a great example are the factories that we see coming back thanks to 100% Made in America expensing. Coosa Steel is a great example in Rome, Georgia, where the owner was down to running one shift 1 day a week. He's up to 2 or 3 shifts 5 or 6 days a week. So thanks to reindustrializing this nation through our small manufacturing base, which most manufacturers in America meet the small business definition, 98% of them, we're seeing more shifts taking place, more opportunities for overtime, and then more willingness of workers to take on overtime shifts, because in the past they were penalized by the tax system for taking on overtime.
Elizabeth, go ahead.
Thank you. This is for Administrator Loeffler. You talked about how the One Big Beautiful Bill benefits small businesses. With small business optimism falling in March, is the administration planning on providing any additional tax relief or other resources to small businesses that have been affected by high fuel prices during their run operation?
Yeah, so one data point does not a trend make, and the long-term trend under President Trump has been for small business optimism to be above its 52-year average. Under Joe Biden, small business optimism fell below that average for 34 consecutive months because small business was being crushed by regulation, massive red tape, the threat of high taxes, and all the burdens of the Green New Deal. So right now, small businesses are really in growth mode. They're planning to hire, and the optimism is very strong. If you see in the NAM survey, National Association of Manufacturers came out, their optimism is up 5 points. So I think this is temporary, and we'll get back on trend.
What's the status of extending the Iran ceasefire, Caroline?
Yes, so I saw some reporting, again, bad reporting this morning, that we had formally requested an extension of the ceasefire. That is not true at this moment. We've remained very much engaged in these negotiations, in these talks. You heard from the Vice President directly and the President this week that these conversations are productive and ongoing, and that's where we are right now. I've also seen some reporting about the potentiality for in-person discussions again. Those discussions are being had, but nothing is official until you hear it from us here at the White House. But we feel good about the prospects of a deal. The President mentioned that in his interview yesterday, and it's obviously in the best interest of Iran to meet the President's demands. I think he's made his red lines in these negotiations very clear to the other side, and so we are continuing to see how these conversations go.
Would those talks be in Islamabad, or where would they be the next round?
They would very likely be in the same place as they were last time, yes. With the same, I would just want to make one point that's important to the President. The Pakistanis have been incredible mediators throughout this process, and we really appreciate their friendship and their efforts to bring this deal to a close. So they are the only mediator in this negotiation. While there have been many countries around the world who want to offer their help, the President feels it's important to continue to streamline this communication through the Pakistanis, and so that's what continues to take place. Will.
Thank you, Caroline. How much room do you see for additional sanctions being placed on Iran? And do you feel like the United States is getting enough support from allies on that front? There was a letter that went to Oman and some other allies that suggested maybe the sanctions weren't, this could be for Secretary Pasha as well, but the sanctions basically weren't having the effect that the United States wanted.
I'll let the Treasury Secretary, who's in charge of sanctions, answer that question.
Yeah, I think that's not a correct characterization. Yesterday, we announced Operation Economic Fury, and we, for over a year, we have had maximum pressure on the Iranians, both on blocking payments into the Iranian state and going after the accounts of the IRGC. One of what may prove to be fatal mistakes that the Iranians made was bombing their GCC neighbors, and who are now willing to be much more transparent in terms of the funds or do a deeper dive in investigating the funds that are held within their banking systems. So we have pushed out to them the request that we want to freeze more funds of the leadership of the IRGC and any members of Iranian leadership. The other thing that we have done is we have told countries that if you are buying Iranian oil, that if Iranian money is sitting in your banks, we are now willing to apply secondary sanctions, which is a very stern measure, and the Iranians should know that this is going to be the financial equivalent of what we saw in the kinetic activities.
Is this an example of expanding the war economically as opposed to militarily? Is this another phase of that?
Exactly.
Secretary, what was the coordination? Any update on the insurance program, the U.S. reinsurance program for ships and tankers sailing through the Strait of Hormuz? Any update on that, sir?
Well, it's now up to $40 billion. It's run through the DFC, and we are waiting for the ships to be able to get some semblance of normality, and then they can come to the DFC and our private sector partners and request the insurance.
And what do you tell private shipping companies out there right now nervous about this whole thing, saying, wondering if they should even get near the strait?
What's that?
What do you tell to encourage shipping companies to do business through the strait?
Well, I think we're going to have to wait and see when they are permanently open, because this is a mechanism. When we declare that it is safe, they also have to have insurance. Lloyd's of London had skyrocketing insurance during the time. The rates are still very high. So we want to provide, the U.S. government will make a profit on this, but we want to provide a more normalized level and an economically sound basis for ships to move in and out of the Gulf as they did before the start of the conflict.
Thanks, Caroline. I appreciate it. Thanks, Caroline. Yeah, thanks, Caroline. I appreciate it. So, I want to cover two topics, if I could: the tax day, but also the confirmation. So, the confirmation hearing set for next week for Kevin Warsh, but Senator Tom Tillis is still a no, and he's holding firm on that. How are you going to win over Senator Tillis to get this confirmation out of committee?
Look, I'm sure Senator Tillis wants to do the best thing for the Federal Reserve, for the American people. He has publicly said that Kevin Warsh is a great candidate for the chair. So let's get to the hearings and see where we are then.
I want to ask you about tax day, if I could. So the tax gains that you've talked about through the One Big Beautiful Bill, is that going to offset the consternation from Americans, for lack of a better term, over the $4 gallon of gas?
Well, again, as I said, no one's ever objected to more money in their pocket. So the Americans have more money. They can decide how they want to spend it. And I did want to come back to the overtime question, because I was up in Westchester County last Friday, and I met with several of the first responders and police unions. And those, whether it's our great policemen, our firemen, our ambulance drivers, they all now want more overtime. And how great it is to have them to be able to be engaged and keep more of their money.
Thank you, Caroline. For both of you, perhaps, are President Trump's threats of a 50% tariff against China still on the table now, or is the letter exchange that you talked about now taking that off of the table?
Well, as you know, the president spoke about the letter with respect to he and the correspondence between he and President Xi. President Xi assured the president that they are not supplying Iran with weapons throughout this conflict, and that assurance was made to the president. It's obviously something the administration keeps close tabs on with respect to tariff. You have any update on that, Mr. Secretary?
I don't have an update on the tariffs, but I do have an update on sanctions. Iran used to be the largest state sponsor of terrorism. China was purchasing more than 90% of their oil, which is about 8% of China's energy needs. We believe this blockade in the Straits, there will be a pause of Chinese buying, but I will tell you that 2 Chinese banks received letters from the U.S. Treasury. I'm not going to identify the banks, but we told them that if we can prove that there is Iranian money flowing through your accounts, then we are willing to put on secondary sanctions.
And are you,
Nick, go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline.
Go ahead, Nick.
Just a quick follow-up. So my question, Are you considering any more sanctions relief, Mr. Secretary, for countries that are suffering right now in order to give more oil to your allies?
We will not be renewing the general license on Russian oil, and we will not be renewing the general license on Iranian oil. Because again, that was oil that was on the water prior to March 11th.
Right.
So all that has been used.
Nick, go ahead.
Treasury Secretary, as you both noted, 53 million Americans have used one of these new tax exemptions the president enacted. Can you speak to not only the relief that's bringing specifically working class Americans like waiters, bartenders, overtime workers, but also the impact this is going to have on the economy?
Well, a couple of things there is I can tell you, I think Kelly's very popular, but I think with service workers, I may be the most popular cabinet secretary in D.C. because when I show up, a doorman, the not so much bartenders, but waiters, waitresses, they all say, thank you for no tax on tips. Again, I was in a diner up in Westchester County, and this is a home run. In terms of what's happening with these folks, and what we can't tell you yet, and we will be able to provide data at a later date, that 52 million is how many have used at least one of those. So we expect that there are probably multiple filers who have used at least more than one of those 4 signature things. And look, again, this is the America First, Americans, hardworking Americans keeping more of their money, just like with our small businesses. If we go back and look, when you hear the left talk about this was a tax cut for millionaires and billionaires, they wanted to raise the tax rate for everyone making more than $500,000. That is a small business killer.
I have one question for the Secretary and then the Administrator. Mr. Secretary, since we're on the topic of China a few minutes ago, we are a little over a year past Liberation Day, the tariffs. The goods trade deficit with China has dropped sharply. Are those gains sustainable, and are you worried about any retaliatory actions that could go against those gains?
I actually think we're going to be building on those gains in terms of the trade deficit dropping with China. Since last summer, there's been great stability in the relationship, and really the keystone to the relationship is the strong respect that the two leaders have between each other. My experience has been when the communication is at the top, then we follow that directive and those wishes. We had the meeting in Busan, Korea. In October, we will be having the state visit in Beijing, and so I expect great stability in the relationship, but that doesn't mean that our trade deficit can't continue dropping.
Go ahead. For the Administrator, I know that there are orders and shipments of factory equipment. They are at record highs. How many small businesses has the SBA assisted with loans and supports, with loans to support them?
Well, the SBA set an all-time lending record last year of $45 billion under President Trump, because small businesses now have access to the capital that they need to build in America. Again, we are becoming a nation of builders, and we see that on the ground. Factories expanding. As a result, we have record PMI, which is Purchasing Managers Index, manufacturing expansion, 2 consecutive months in a row of export records. And so when you look at where our nation has come in terms of export-import imbalance, it's been unfair to the American worker and to American industry, and we're reshoring whole industries because of this tax bill.
Libby.
Libby,
go ahead.
Thank you, Karen.
Go ahead, Libby.
I have 2 questions for you. The first one is about Iran. The second one's actually about United Airlines that I want to ask you about. So on Iran, is there a timeline for how long this blockade is going to remain in place in the Strait of Hormuz by the United States that President Trump has voiced to you or that you've heard among officials?
Sure. I will never set timelines on behalf of the President of the United States, but with respect to the blockade, as you know, it has been fully implemented, and it's being enforced against vessels of all nations entering or departing Iranian ports. I want to make that point clear. I've seen some misreporting on that as well. This includes all Iranian ports on the Arabian Gulf and the Gulf of Oman. And our U.S. forces in the region are supporting the freedom of navigation for vessels that are transiting the strait to and from non-Iranian ports. So I know some in the press were confused about that. We are supporting the freedom of navigation, just not with respect to any tanker or vessel that would benefit the economy of Iran as these negotiations continue.
So there was reports that the CEO of United proposed a merger with American Airlines. This would affect tens of millions of Americans. That was proposed in a meeting with President Trump. Was that a merger that he has voiced any kind of support of?
It's not anything that we have a position on or anything we're commenting on. I know it's an idea that has been proposed by private industry, but it's not something the President or the White House have an opinion on or are weighing in on at this time. John, go ahead.
Thanks a lot, Caroline. This is for Secretary Bessent. On Monday of next week, importers can start requesting claims for tariff refunds, and my understanding is $127 billion eligible for refunds. What's that process look like? How can a porter and an importer request such a refund going forward?
That's not being run out of Treasury. We would just be the paymaster, so that's being run out of CPB. Yep.
And so explain that process. I understand you're not running it. How does that process actually work? If you're an importer, you paid these tariffs, the Supreme Court found that those tariffs were illegal. What's the process for them to get back that money?
Well, they would be in touch with the CPB, and I think the number you're quoting is so that's the amount who have already requested refunds. So they are already in the chute, and we'll see what the timeline is for that.
Will that affect the U.S. economy, all of those refunds coming out of the U.S. Treasury?
Again, we'll have to see what comes out, and we'll have to see what the companies do with them. Just to be clear, thanks to the Supreme Court, some of this money is going back to China. So is that going to affect the U.S. economy? I don't know.
A question for Secretary Bessent.
Danny, go ahead.
Mr. Secretary, you were quoted as saying in an interview earlier this week that it was worth a bit of economic pain for international security. Is that this administration's message to American voters with high gas prices that ahead of the midterms this year that it's worth the economic pain?
Well, the message is the short-term volatility for long-term gain.
And Danny, if I could add to that, the President's been very clear, again, as the Secretary just said, this is a short-term disruption for the long-term strategic goal of the United States to ensure that the world's leading state sponsor of terror cannot obtain a nuclear weapon. That's a good thing for the American people. That's a good thing for people all over the world. And as the President and his economic and energy team have repeatedly stated, as soon as the operation and now the negotiations with Iran conclude and the strait is reopened, we do expect gas prices to decrease. And thank goodness we have a president and an administration that believes in American energy dominance in bringing down prices at the pump. Look at how gas prices decreased over the past year since this president was in office. It's a stark contrast to the previous administration and Democrats in this city who believe in hampering our domestic energy industry, who believe in importing our most precious resources, who believe in implementing policies that created the worst inflation crisis in history. So President Trump has built the greatest economy in the world before. He is doing it again. Of course, we have this short-term disruption, but again, it's for the long-term strategic goal of ensuring that these terrorists cannot possess a nuclear bomb. Jennifer.
For Secretary Bessent, on the Russian oil, I know the sanctions waivers have expired, but how much money did Russia benefit from that temporary sanctions rules? You initially said about $2 billion. Is that?
It could have been $2 billion. We don't know. But it's. Let's think of a different world where oil spiked to 150, and they would have made a lot more by doing that, by pushing the Russian barrels that were already on the water. They were going to be sold. They were going to China no matter what. We pushed them to our allies. We helped stabilize the oil price. And as you can see, there were doomsday scenarios. Oil's going to 150. It's going to 200. It's going to $250. West Texas crude For the front month delivery is about $92 or $93 now.
Thank you, everybody. I know we have two very busy cabinet secretaries with us here today. Before we do depart, just one final announcement. As you know, this year we celebrate America's 250th birthday. In honor of this historic occasion, President Trump and the Department of Interior will submit plans for the United States Triumphal Arch, which will be an architectural masterpiece to celebrate our history right here in Washington, D.C. This is a rendering of the Arch for you. Thank you, Peter. It's quite beautiful, as you can see, and this monumental arch will beam at 250 feet tall in honor of 250 years and stand on ground that is currently empty green space in Memorial Circle on Columbia Island, a man-made island in the Potomac River managed by the National Park Service. The United States Triumphal Arch will be outfitted with beautiful artwork and depictions celebrating the success of the American people over our 250-year history and the enduring triumph of the American spirit. Long after everyone in this room is gone, our children and grandchildren will remain inspired by this national monument. Beginning construction this year on the architectural arch is a fitting way to commemorate the 250th anniversary of American independence. Great nations build beautiful structures that cultivate national pride and love of country, and this triumphal arch should be a project that all Americans of all political persuasions can support because it's a monument for every American to celebrate 250 years of our nation's proud history. And again, the plans for this will be submitted tomorrow. We'll have many more announcements with respect to our 250th anniversary in the coming months as we look forward to the 4th of July. Thank you very much, everyone. Have a great day.
Alrighty, I guess that was it. So since that briefing started, we did move up quite a bit, about 50 points there. I think 70 points at the top. Potentially lower high forming. Not too sure what to think here. Oil's kind of jumping up as well, spiking up a bit. Also kind of looking like a little bit of an uptrend on oil. Still planning on basically holding long. This just came down, swept this low here, so there are probably a lot of stop losses there for the longs. Just swept the low. Now we're getting an increased volatility. What's going on here? Okay, turning on financial
Iran
juice.
could consider ships being able to set sail through Oman's side of the Strait of Hormuz without interference or attack as part of a deal with the US, a source close to Tehran. Iran will maintain control of its waters in the Strait of Hormuz, and Oman will decide about its own side of the waterway.
Okay, I just missed the full news there on accident, but oil's dipping. We're probably going to hit our profit target on NASDAQ. That's looking like a big squeezer. SPX continuing to squeeze the all-time high. Here we go. Let's go, guys. Let's go.
From the S&P
We're
500,
close.
A little bit of weakness in the dollar off the back of these headlines. So again, Iran could consider ships being able to sail through Oman's side of Strait of Hormuz without interference or attack as part of a deal with the US. Iran will maintain control of its waters in the Strait of Hormuz, and Oman will decide about its own side of the waterway.
You caught the entire pop. Nice.
Seeing some weakness in WTI crude as well.
So oil drop there. Got some volatility. The spike up. ES pushed above the high. Had a pretty nice spike there. NASDAQ did not get our order filled just yet. On the ES futures, we're about 50 points away from from highs on there, but SPX, I mean, it broke all-time highs, but keeps coming back down to that 7K level. Let's see what happens. Gonna keep holding long. I think I could probably set my stop to the bottom of this wick now.
The US issues new Iran
I was trying not to trail
counterterrorism
because
designations,
just in
according
case
to the
there is
Treasury
like a
Department.
fake out like this. So now that it happened, off some random news, now I'm setting my stop at the bottom of that candle, and we're targeting 30 points more to the upside from this current level. This target up here, by the way, is max profit on this eval.
The Treasury
Are these
sanctioned
TPT?
several
No, these are
vessels
my
under
funded
Iran
futures.
designation.
Yeah, guys, please watch the language in the chat. I'll try to keep it clean here. Okay, we got 2 hours left to market open. Final short squeeze song? Sure, let's do it. This may actually be the time. Appropriate time. Trade Titans. We saw bears. Come, push this down all the way to 26,100. They thought they had the victory. And shorts entered here when they thought they still had strength. But guess what? The bulls always prevail. So let's squeeze them shorts. Let's go! Breakout signal also potentially triggering here. Let's push! We have attackers on left and right. We've got the flank. We've got them surrounded. It's time to finish them. Watch our flank. Watch our flank, warriors. Hold the line. Believe. We will defeat them. Rod Williams, nice job. You will receive the Medal of Trading Valor. The Medal of Trading Honor to all those that are successful. And to those that fall, your families will be taken care of. We don't need shields anymore. We need more attacking power. The shorts are scared. They're shivering behind their shields. Keep attacking, men. They have nothing left. Let's go! They're shivering. They're shaking. We've got them surrounded. It's only a matter of time. Push it forward. Nice job.
Netanyahu says, I've instructed the IDF to continue reinforcing the security zone in southern
It's just a
Lebanon.
matter of time. Now we can just chill. They're gonna get finished off here really soon. It's time to drink tea and celebrate the victory, because the victory is already ours. They're about to fully give up and surrender.
And Netanyahu says our American allies keep us constantly updated on the contracts with Iran. Our objectives are aligned.
We need the other song. We may get the
Netanyahu
other
says,
song
in
here,
light of the
possibly.
possibility that the fighting may resume with Iran, we are prepared for any scenario.
Oh no. Is this bearish news? Please no. Oil's continuing to drop. Let's see if it can break some support. Yes, is quite strong because it blew through the top. But the NASDAQ still hasn't gotten there yet. Go short here or long? I would say stay away if you're not entered like at least down here. I would say stay away. Your risk to reward is not the best. Unless we break out of highs, then we might squeeze to 26,300. Okay, NASDAQ's trying to catch up to the ES.
Bank of England's Bailey says willingness to fund public debt a vulnerability.
Rod, eating plof while watching you. Good stuff. God bless you and your family and your community. Waiting until tomorrow to get your other 1,500. Very nice, Rod. Appreciate you, brother. You need a song for all-time high and one for when market is free falling. Actually, we could make one that's for
So currently
free
Bank of
falling.
England Governor Bailey speaking at an event in
We
Washington.
could do that.
Fed's Bowman says the Fed is reviewing liquidity framework.
All right, we're there. Just 2 points away. Come on. Get it. Get it. Get it done. The final tick. Get there. The final tick. What? What? Give me the final tick. There we go. Boom. Max profit on 3 evals. That's what I'm talking about. Very nice. Okay, I have a song here for the Fallen, but I'm not going to uncover it yet because I have not heard it yet. But later on, I'll do it. There we go, guys. That was a... I don't even know how many points. That was over 100-point long. And by the way, the initial entry was, I think, at 104. So that was a almost 150-point long. Almost 150 points. I doubled up the position right up here. So brought up our average. So on the average, it was 110 points almost. I think it was 109 or 108. That was crazy. Wow. And the NASDAQ looks like it wants to sweep this high now. That is crazy. Held through all of that. Nice. Yeah, good job, guys. If you got some kind of pullback in here and took that long, good job. This was a nice fake out, man. I almost got faked out, but then I was like, you know what? I'm gonna start long in here. It was a very lucky catch right here. On oil looking like a bear flag. Yeah, oil looks like it's dropping, but just be careful with the, potential like upward, upward trend line. Just be careful. Like if you're just now thinking to enter a short on oil, that's not good. Like you should have been shorting like up here somewhere.
Oil futures pair gains. US and Brent crude turn negative.
Okay, there's the sweep through. NASDAQ's pushing.
Sources saying that Iran could allow
it might hit
ships to pass
26,300
side of the Strait of Hormuz.
And SPX officially at all-time highs. What a crazy day, guys. How long was I in that? From the initial entry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Pretty much about an hour. Wait. From the initial entry, I was in that for an hour and 15 minutes. From the double up, about an hour. So hour 15 total for that trade. Trading pennies. I think what you did was a good long, and like on the safer side, good exit. You never know what it could have done. I was ready for that risk. But yeah, as far as right now, I think no more trades for me at all. So that's 2 My Funded Futures Pro accounts at the max profit, and then 1 My Funded Futures Rapid account at the max profit. So tomorrow we'll try to make some more and try to pass those, get them funded. And then the TPTs, we locked in 3K on the day. Make sure I exit all and all of these. Okay. Scalps the whole way up. Nice. What a day. Yeah, not too bad of a day. Not too bad. That also hit TP5 from the orb. That is crazy. TP5. I'm going to enter that into my back test. So after breaking out, we hit 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Not stopped out, no orb flip. And the range was 78. That's actually three days in a row now that TP5 or higher hit on the orb. So that brings up the expected value a bit for the full range orb.
European buyers, including Germany's Uniper, hold talks to potentially buy LNG from Canada's KSI LISIMS
There we go.
LNG. Netanyahu says in talks with Lebanon,
That was
there are
almost
two
at
main
its opening range
objectives,
price.
dismantling
Okay.
of Hezbollah and sustainable peace that is achieved through strength.
Ryan, been with other groups, first time here. Do you know what caused this seemingly random bull run? And have you been on Chart Fanatics? I've never been on Chart Fanatics, but this bull run, I think, is mostly short squeezing. I think that's what it is. $11 of the past 13 days have been updates. Yeah, pretty crazy.
Netanyahu says it's too early to say how talks with Iran will end or even how it will progress.
Have I been on any interviews? No, I have not. At least not that I remember. With context on Iran, it hit extreme lows with reverse news on the war. Not very random at all. I mean, yeah, like it's definitely not random, yeah. Because it's like, it's all based on, you know, Iran war ending and all that stuff. But like, realistically, the how much it's moved up has been pretty much mostly short squeezing, I think. Yeah. Yeah, guys, if you're green today, you did a good job. Sometimes it's hard to just keep buying the dips. But man, it's been working out today. You did not take active orders today. You're on your charts. All your trades would have passed. You had business needed you present today. Yeah. Take care, Omar. You did good on the combines, terrible on the fundeds. Hey, that's okay. Lost one XFA and 2K in the other. Nice job. You lost one, but you made 2K in the other, right? Yeah, sorry about the loss, but you made 2K. That's not bad. You got this. Don't get too worried about the lost one. You got this. Every time you enter to stop, the 30-point wick vaporized your funded. Oh. Yeah, your sizing might have been a bit too high. $3:30 long soon? No, it's in 1 hour, technically. Your financial juice did not say about Iran. Yeah, I had financial juice muted because we had the press briefing happening. So I had it muted, and right when I unmuted it, that news was coming through. Oh, wait. I guess I have a 4th eval. Okay, I have a 4th eval I can trade. Yes, these are evals, Vamshi. Did I get a payout? No. Okay, I'm gonna long on this new eval. I like that the ES isn't rejecting. How many POs or pro accounts are you holding? I'm holding 5 fundeds right now. The ones that are at 622 profit. I'm actually gonna double here.
NYMEX WTI crude May futures settle at around $91.29 a barrel, up 1 cent or 0.01%. NYMEX gasoline May futures settle at around $3.06 a gallon. NYMEX diesel May futures settle at around $3.75 a gallon. And NYMEX natural gas May futures settle at around $2.61.
Let's see if we get some momentum with the continued squeeze. Targeting 25 points. TPT, yes, correct.
Bank of England's Bailey says tariffs not the right way to address imbalances.
Nice. What are the clicking noises? That's buys and sells. The clicking noises are buys, and then popping sounds are sells. I'm using a thing called Tick Strike for that. Big orders on NQ. Take care, Mahmoud. Any key levels being aimed at here? No. I have like no key levels up at these levels. Like at these levels, I'm basically confused. Look at these green candles. Like, look how crazy of a squeeze upward this is. Like, I'm guessing 26,300 might get some resistance.
Alphabet
I don't know.
for $100 billion windfall on SpaceX investment.
As of right now, it seems like whatever it's called, clear sky territory or whatever.
The NASDAQ 100 index extends advance to 1%.
Like right here, I'm trying to take 25 points, but then I'm just gonna wait for like a pullback. Like I don't want to be longing it like right when it pushes like this, you know. This is definitely a squeeze. Give me my 25 points. Go, 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 go.
Into this article,
go, go,
an
go,
early
go, go.
investment in SpaceX has positioned Alphabet for
Go.
a 12-figure windfall,
Go.
the finding has shown, underscoring the vast wealth likely to be created by the rocket company market debut. Google owns 6.11% stake in Elon Musk's company at the end of 2025, according to a new disclosure the space startup filed this
Come
week
on.
in Alaska.
It's
where
right
firms
there.
Must report holders with stakes
It's
of
right
5%
there.
or more at a $2 trillion valuation.
Miss be my one tick. Go. Go. Nice. There we go. This thing's just going, man. This thing's just going. So we're 1/3 of the max profit on the fourth account now.
So we're seeing a little spike here in Alphabet shares off the
My
back of that
goodness.
report.
My goodness. Huge orders across the board. Continued short squeezing, guys. Continued short squeezing. It's just so sketchy shorting this. SPX Futures hit
Majority
all-time
US
high.
Senate votes to block effort
I know the
to force Trump
SPX
to end Iran strikes without
SPX
lawmakers'
index
approval.
hit
Voting
all-time
continues.
highs, but the ES futures have not yet. ES futures are still like 40 points away. My goodness, guys, this is a historic chart right here. This is just like this. I don't know if this has happened before. I legitimately don't know if this has happened before. Yeah, I don't think this has happened over the past 20 years. A move like this up. We're in new territory, I think. You're using TradeSync, right? Did you ever check the price difference due to latency? Is it ignorable? As of right now, I'm not using TradeSync, but yes, whenever I'm copy trading, I do use TradeSync. The price, it's very fast, Vamshi. I've had like I've had almost no issues with TradeSync since getting it, and I'm very happy about it. It's had almost zero issues. Okay, I'm gonna try a short here. Just a little baby one. Shorting this is sketchy, man. So you might get like 10 points and then it just holds. We gotta watch the 1 minute time frame. Honestly, I'm kind of down to just take 5 points or 6. Okay, I'll take 1 point. I don't want to short this. I don't want to short this, guys. Crazy recovery. Yeah. Maybe market makers know something we don't. I mean, maybe. Like, I think for a crazy run like this, if it's actually legitimate and not just crazy short covering, is potential, like, really high inflation. Maybe. Yeah, that would be hilarious. That would be hilarious if Iran was actually shorting the US economy and like doing the war and everything, and then like on an institutional level somehow they're like, okay, they're shorting, we gotta short squeeze the heck out of them. Probably not, but that'd be hilarious. Make a deal, close the short. Yeah, I wonder with how violent this has gone to the upside, if it's going to be as violent to the downside.
Bill Roy speaking in Washington.
It'd be pretty crazy. I think I'll be ready for it. Yeah, it might be inflation and good news about the war and all that stuff all combined.
Says a focus on April would be premature.
The only thing is, why isn't gold running then? Right? If the question was, or if the issue was inflation, why wouldn't gold be back up here? That's my question. Like, let's compare the charts. So here are the charts side by side. I don't know. It's interesting. I'm just asking the questions. I have no idea about the answers. Pasha, I don't trade Lucid right now. I'll only trade them if I get affiliated with them. They're already dropping small hints that they may not be able to make a deal. Yeah, it kind of sound like it a little bit. People think this is a good thing. It's not good in the long run. Iwi, hello. Have we even made an official deal? I can't imagine what's going to happen once we do. Yeah. I think what happens if a deal is made, the market dumps. That's probably what's going to happen. It's going to be buy the rumor, sell the fact. It's going to be a hard sell, I think. When you say biggest day in the past
Alphabet
20 years,
shares up 0.9% in afternoon trading.
No, I'm not saying biggest day.
Show Alphabet poised for $100 billion windfall on SpaceX investment.
I'm saying this right here. This is the biggest like recovery within such a short period of time. I'm pretty sure in the last like 20 years. Just like, and then also like on the weekly chart, we had a bearish crossover and then a cross back to bullish. If this weekly candle closes green and we don't like full dump, there's going to be a bullish crossover on the weekly, on the moving averages. That hasn't happened since 2012. Like the bearish crossover and then right straight back to the bullish crossover. That hasn't happened since 2012. And as far as like percentage wise, like huge recovery like this, I didn't see any from the past 20 years. Like within such a short period of time. Like we're literally talking 2 weeks. It's even less than 2 weeks. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Well, a little over 2 weeks. 2.5 weeks for this kind of recovery. Huge recovery. $305 shorts. I'm gonna try it. If you believe in pattern projection targets, the next target's 26,398. Okay. Yeah, that would be NQ all-time highs. Adigal short time? Ugh, be careful. I'm serious. Be careful.
Brent crude futures settle at around $95.93 a barrel, up 14 cents.
This is literally just coming up. I honestly I'm buying along here. I may have missed it. I'm gonna force it. I'll take 20 points. Has to come down. At some point it will come down, but when is it going to come down? Is it after it runs another 500 points to all-time highs? Or after? Or before, sorry. You never know. Short button's not working. While Pasha, you're long at the highs, it's so hard to do that. It's not that bad. I got tight risk here. I'm only risking 13 points. It's easy. Okay, I'm gonna relog into Trade-Evade real quick so you guys can see the 4th eval. Okay, there it is. Okay, we'll be right back.
So seeing here reports from Besant on X saying Treasury will continue to cut off Iran's illicit smuggling and terror proxy networks.
Alrighty, target hit. Cool. I think. Yeah, target hit. Nice. Okay, 26,300 coming up now. This just hit TP6. 15-minute orb. Oh my goodness. Crazy. I'm kind of tempted to short the psychological level. Big orders. 3, 2, 1. Okay, I shorted psychological level. Let's see. There's huge orders coming in, man. Let's see how big of a pullback we can get. Get over to the 1,000 tick chart. And by the way, I'm not like shorting to hold it for a bunch of points. I'm just shorting for a scalp. This may just break through the psychological level and keep going. You never know. Technically gave me like 11 points. Couple sellers coming in. I think I'll take 20 points if it does come there. I'll be ready to close as well. I'll try to close in profit. Starts not going my way.
The US Senate votes 52 to 47 to block resolution that would have prevented further US-Iran strikes without congressional approval.
Psychological level may blast through. I think I gotta close this. They're attempting. Went through one tick. ES is squeezing higher. Yeah, I'll just take I'll take like 4 points here. There we go. Lauren, you're funny. Don't be mad at yourself if you lock out. If you locked out on profit, be very happy. If you locked out in a loss, you know, be happy as well. Could have made bad trades. M&Q is not at all-time highs, no. It's getting there. Still got quite a bit on the futures. ES is pretty close to all-time highs, though. SPX is at all-time highs. But let me see NDX, though. The actual index. Oh, guys. NDX is less than 50 points away from all-time highs. Dude. Does it actually get there? That'd be 26,350 on futures. It may actually get there. Wowza. It wants all-time highs. I guess. Yeah, NDX is 50 points away right now. Less than 50 points. My oh my. Yeah, I don't want to get FOMO here, guys. I do not want to be in it if it decides to reverse. But it looks like it wants to be going there. I will long on a pullback. I'm tempted to like short for a scalp, but it's just squeezing right now. That's crazy. It's almost a TP7 now, which is at 331. And RSI on the 4 hours at 80. The daily's at 70. Weekly's not even overbought yet. Hourly's at 81. Okay, I'm trying to short here. Just for a quick scalp. Try to take 20 points.
Treasury Secretary Besant met with Saudi Minister of Finance yesterday. That's according to US.
$20 points? I'm trying. I'll probably close it early if it's not going. RSI is at like extremely overbought in the 5-minute chart. So it definitely wants a pullback potentially. I don't know if this squeeze just continues squeezing. It might. Oh, my bad. I meant 10 points, not 20. Sorry. I said 20, I meant 10. Missed me by 1 point there. There we go. Nice. Quick 10 points.
And a bit furthermore from the US
305
statement,
short? Yeah,
Besant
we
and
might as well
Mexico's
take it.
finance minister also met yesterday.
I'm going to take it.
Besant and Mexico's finance minister discussed USMCA review. Fed's Musalem says supply shocks put Fed inflation and employment goals at risk and current interest rate range likely appropriate for some time. Musalem says he has lowered his GDP estimates for the year to between 1.5% and 2% from 2% to 2.5% before the war. Musalem says easing tariff impact will help lower inflation, housing inflation also moving in the right direction. And Fed's Musalem says
Took
he does
8
not see
trades,
clear
100%
impacts
win
yet
rate.
from war on consumption. Muslim says unemployment rate could rise as economic growth slows through perhaps only by a couple of tenths of a percentage point.
Okay, I'm along this. Also for 10 points. Come on.
So seeing here from an Axios reporter on X saying a senior American official says the United States has not officially asked Israel for a ceasefire in Lebanon, and this is not part of the peace talks with Iran. However, the president will welcome
Okay,
and be
nice.
happy to see
There's
an end to
another
the
10
fighting
points.
as part of an agreement between Israel and Lebanon.
Whew. Killing it today, Pasha. Thank God, man.
Besant says the US seeks to deter future attacks in Saudi meeting. And Besant discussed maintaining Iran pressure in Saudi meeting.
Yes is pushing.
According to Insider, XAI plans to supply AI computing power to Cursor.
Yeah, get out of that. $305. Oh yeah, it's 305. All right, let's take the 305 short. May not work when the market's short squeezing, but let's see. A lot of huge buy orders on ES. NASDAQ's holding back. I don't know if the 305 short is a good one to take when the market's short squeezing. It might just be the 305 long. But let's see. Let's see if we maybe get some exhaustion up here. For this one, I'll actually target 20 points. It's kind of crazy to do because you look at the 1,000 tick chart and it's like straight up. Aren't we in price discovery so we can't short squeeze? I don't know.
So just seeing here a bit more clarification. Besant in a UAE meeting says to seek to deter future attacks.
It's hard to believe that we have genuine buyers at these levels. Other than people getting margin called. No name, you removed it? Yeah. Mm. Yeah, I'm kind of down to hold this. I'll go for 40 points on it. 25 points of risk. Maybe I'll get a nice pullback to the 21 EMA. Ooh, an NDX. NDX is about to hit the level before we had the really big sell-off. And then all-time high is 20 points away. So NDX is 20 points away from all-time highs. Very, very interesting. SPY hit 700. Okay.
According to MS Now, US and Iran talks likely to return to Pakistan next week. MS Now cites 2 Pakistan officials on US-Iran talks. Okay, ES getting a little bit of sellers. EDM orders everywhere. See if we can get 40 points. Ooh. Okay, that was a decent seller that just came in there all of a sudden. Okay. I'm liking that. Do we get continuation off that? It's the 9 EMA on the ES. Could just be a normal pullback. I think this is the important spot for us to see a heavier one. This spot right here. It's 300 level. Looks like it's failing.
Pasha, could you explain Fibonacci? I honestly don't know enough to explain it, brother. It's apparently a number found in nature or something. Maybe I even try to take 50 points on this. I'll try to take 50 points. If we get a proper pullback, I'll probably hit there. Looking back to previous times where it had a big seller like that. It tapped the 21 EMA. This one went below. Okay, I'm gonna hold this short. Pasha's in wife beater mode again. Seems like oil's at a support level too. Maybe it pops up. I think that's what this was waiting on. So NDX pretty much hit that level, almost. The previous high. Finding sellers there. It seems like a perfect spot for a really good pullback. To this previous high.
At 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, we're expecting comments from ECB's President Lagarde.
Momentum definitely slowed down. It could just be a reset before the continued squeeze up. There was a big seller that entered right here. A big seller. So did they defend that short? think I just set my stop at the top of this candle up here, right? 13-point stop. It's the disciplined thing to do. Maybe I even do like 2 points above, just in case it sweeps it. Or just taps it. I think that big seller entered right here at 320. This was like one huge order, I'm pretty sure. Looking bullish. Let's see. If we get a crazy rally in the last 30 minutes, you're going to short at the end of the day till tomorrow. Okay. Yeah, I mean, if it does rally pretty hard here, you're basically shorting. You're basically going to be shorting right above the above the previous all-time high, which I feel like it's not a bad short. But like all of this is beyond logic what's been happening. RSI cooled down as well. On the 5-minute. Hourly and 4-hour RSI are insane. Insane RSI. It's been insane for a bit. Do I put a limit on my funded accounts? Yeah, max loss limit, yeah. You see a continued rally up to 26,380. What are your thoughts? I think it's possible, yeah. Just so you know, if it gets up there, that means the NDX hits all-time highs. If this pushes up to... How many was it? So it's 20 points away from all-time highs. So if this pushes 20 points. If this pushes up to 26,350, that's basically NDX all-time highs. It's probably gonna go higher, but maybe it gets a little rejection up there. Yeah, this is pretty insane. I don't put a limit on how much I make. Well, yeah. Thoughts on oil price? I think it's gonna find some support here, but I don't know. Maybe oil dumps. If it breaks this like uptrend line, it probably dumps to whatever levels down here. Like it seems like this spot where oil is gonna catch a bid. It hasn't yet, but it looks like it probably will. You know, it's had a series of higher lows going up, so it's pretty close to the previous low. Probably finds a bid here. Okay, potentially lower high forming and barely higher high on ES. Some sellers came in. Huge orders on NQ. Okay, I'm gonna see if NDX gets close to its all-time high, and I'm gonna short it. Or I'm gonna add to the position. This is risky, but this is end of day drawdown. I'm not worried about it. Taking a risk. Okay, it's 10 points away from NDX all-time highs. Imagine this thing short squeezes like 200 points to the upside, just rocket. Sweeps everyone. It's so crazy. Pasha, did you not hear that shorting is dead from now on? It's up till infinity forever.
Sure expecting comments from
Yeah,
ECB's
true.
President Lagarde.
Okay, 10 points away.
Text is expected.
So I think
5
I'm
seconds.
going to add right here. 348, that approximately lines up. I think we're decently extended. The fib projection though projects 450. I kind of doubt that. But maybe it happens. Maybe it happens. I was doubting this move up all the way up here. Need some kind of pullback. Yeah. $330 long. Yep, here comes the long, I guess. $330 short. Yeah, during a short squeeze, what is it? During a short squeeze, it's opposite. 470 is resistance. Oh, 330. Okay, oil catching a little bit of a bid after dropping a bit. I basically need to see oil breakout. And that probably gives us a nice pullback. Play the song, it will reverse. The 330 long's working. Okay, NDX is 6 points away from all-time highs. I think I'll actually double right there. Come on, get me my double up. So nobody's profit taking?
According to Amiri Diwan, Qatari Emir and Trump discussing phone call de-escalation in region and ensuring stability of energy markets.
The Fed basically just said, like,
The IMF
let's
says
pump
Bank of Japan can
equities.
see through inflationary pressures from Middle
Let's
East
just print
conflict
money
as
and pump
second-round
equities.
effects
Let's
will
go.
be moderate. Japan has
Hyperinflation.
not yet seen
Okay,
huge pass-through on
we're
inflation
almost
from
to
weak yen
all-time
in
high on
2025.
NDX. I'm
Weak
about
yen
to
has
double
helped
up my
Japan absorb
short.
some
There
of
we
its
go.
hits from the higher US tariffs, and yen level must be determined by markets.
NDX just broke the all-time high. NDX is at all-time high, guys. Oh my goodness. NDX is at all-time highs now. It got zero resistance. It just popped right through. Wow.
The NASDAQ 100
Wow.
extends gain to 1.3% to hit intraday record.
Oh. Wow. This is crazy. Guys, we're officially at all-time highs for S&P 500, officially at all-time highs for the NASDAQ. Oh my goodness. Let's see where the Dow is. Oh, I don't really have the Dow and the Russell on here. Anyways, I have no idea where those two are at. This is wacky. Anyways, let's see if the NASDAQ gets some rejection after breaking the all-time high. Am I going to hold? Yeah, I'm planning on it. I'm waiting for the pullback. It may not come. That's the reality, is the pullback may not come. This could just keep squeezing all the way to the close. That's the reality, because we're in short squeeze territory. We're now at all-time highs on the S&P and on the NASDAQ. This can just keep going all the way to the moon. If nobody's selling, it's going up. What does this mean for MOC? No idea. But I'm hoping in 13 minutes that MOC gets us a nice pullback. But I don't know. I don't know. Time for the song to call the top. Man, this is nuts. So this big seller that entered here got trapped pretty hard. And I joined with them. The big seller could have been a profit taker. Yeah, for sure. It definitely could have. Dang, we're at over 400 likes today, guys. Thank you so much. Appreciate y'all. Let's see. Since we short squeezed the like button, let's see if we can get a long squeeze to the downside after this huge ripper. If you guys remember, we caught like the absolute bottom down here. Since here, it has ripped up 250 points. 250 points with no pullback. Woo! It's crazy up in here. All right, the ES is possibly losing the 9 EMA. I'm still gonna hold this. I'm hopeful for a nice pullback. You hit the like button twice. All-time high was 26,400. I am not referring to futures all-time high. I'm referring to the actual index. The actual index hit its all-time high. And now we're pulling back down, and now we're below the previous all-time high. So this is looking good. We got accelerated selling on ES. NASDAQ is super bullish on the moving averages. It's going to take a lot of selling to get it back down there. But maybe we get it. Maybe we get end-of-day profit taking. I don't know. Let's see. We have... Make sure we don't blast through our profit target. So we have 800 locked in. So that means we only need $700. So this is about 300. So we need 400 from that. Okay, so we only need a move down to like right here. So this move down here, I think, gets us to our max profit on this eval. How's the day trading going today? Not too bad. Not too bad, Mir. 7.5 minutes away from market on close. Yes, I shorted Mark. Okay, so like I said, I need 800. This is 30. Okay, 28. 280. 50. Oh, I think I need technically down here. Right here for the second one. Buyers back in. Yes, actually tapped the 21. NASDAQ did not. Who is buying up here? I don't know. Come on, get some profit taken toward the end of the day. 5 minutes till market on close. Let's see some orders get closed. Some profit taking. And some accelerated selling. That's all right, Lauren. Bull flag forming on the NASDAQ. Potential bear flag forming on the ES. Close it. Imbalance can pop. I'm fine with holding it. I know it could keep squeezing into close. You think it's the final squeeze? Is it? We got the blue line of support here. Play the song. You know what? If you hit your max loss today, going against the trend, type in max loss. So if you hit max loss today, type max loss. Because I got a song for y'all. If you hit your max loss today, it's nothing to be ashamed of.
US
because
sent
you
a
know
lot
what?
of messages to Iran
We all
for
make mistakes
negotiations on
trading.
Friday,
We
but
always
Iran
have
has
bad
not yet
days.
responded. That's
And it
according
is
to an
okay.
expert in strategic
I have
affairs,
bad
Mohammed
days as well.
Marandi.
But this song is for you. It's gonna be alright, guys. There's always gonna be another day.
Coffee gone cold on the desk, candles bleed red on the screen. Thought I could dance with the tide, turns out it's dragging me deep. One more click, then another, chasing ghosts in the green. Now the little box pops up.
Whoops. Technical difficulties, my bad, guys. We'll restart in the song. For the max loss people out there. Hopefully you're following your rules. And you locked out with your max loss.
1 minute remaining for the market on close imbalance.
Market on close coming up as well. Hoping it dumps here. I'm here for y'all that hit the max loss.
Market on close imbalance. S&P 500 buy side 1.2 billion, NASDAQ 100 buy side 1 billion, Dow 30 buy side 385 million, Mag 7 buy side 440 million. Train my pain, hit my max loss limit. They locked the door on my hands. All the dreams I drew on that chart just slipped right out of my plans. Yeah, the market maker took my chips, but I swear I'll change this view till the day that market maker has to pay these max loss blues.
Like I said, guys, if y'all hit your max loss limit, you gotta follow your rules. You gotta not keep trading. If you stop trading once you hit it, good job. If you had an emotional day, you kept trading past your max loss limit, ended up having a bad day. You know, it's one of those things you gotta write down, journal it, improve for the future. But we got our last 10 minutes now in the market. market on close did blast this up a bit, and some people got with their stop losses here. But I'm still waiting for a take profit after this massive move up, which, like I said, into after hours it could continue squeezing. But I kind of want to just hold this into after hours. Let it go. Because we passed 3 evals. We got 3K profit across the 5 fundeds. And a pullback to these 2 orders will get me max profit on the 4th eval. What if you have no max loss limit? Then you should probably set one. For sure. Great catch, Pasha. Do you ever trade options? I used to trade options a lot. I kind of stopped once I started trading futures. The only time I trade options really is like very small size. If I think something is going to happen with some kind of stock, or I sell covered options. NASDAQ up 10 days in a row. Hard to justify a short trade. For sure. Agreed. I think we probably will get a pullback. Just maybe it's not going to happen today. I'm just hoping that either of these last 5 minutes we get some profit taking, or into after hours we get some pullback. That's kind of what I'm looking for. Did the 330 long work? Yeah, I guess so. %, of what you trade are options. Sometimes works. NDX calls were good today. Yeah. You gotta have quite a bit of purchasing power to be trading index options. So that's kind of why I try to do futures instead. Well, I'm doing prop firms now, but yeah, the index options and futures are tax advantaged. So I kind of got into cash futures trading, and so far stuck to it. Am I still live after hours? No, not for after hours. And I do want to take the futures open orb trade.
In 5 minutes' time, we're expecting
But
comments from RBA's
I may not go live for that, guys. I may have to
speaking at
head
the
home.
IIF Global Outlook Forum, and comments from ECB Schnabel.
Here we go. Final 5 minutes. Have you gotten up to the buffer on those TPTs? No, not yet. I'm halfway through the buffer. Yeah, true, Conrad. What a squeeze, though, guys, today. It's crazy. Yeah, Vegas, I started the stream like over an hour late. I missed my alarm. So my time zone, I wake up at 4:50 in the morning to get like the stream set up and everything. And yeah, I had my phone in another room and I didn't hear my alarm go off. The 25Ks would hugely suit your trading style. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I mean, the last 2 weeks have been crazy. Damn you. Yeah. Today's just continuation. But yeah, agreed. It's been crazy overall. mean, it's definitely nice seeing your stocks go up a lot in price. That's nice to see. Okay, final 2 minutes. Still squeezing.
The NASDAQ hits record intraday high, the first time since October.
You're waiting for a short at 398? Okay. If this
World's biggest battery
squeezes
maker,
into the
Cattle,
close, I might
seeks
add
relief
one
from US
more.
curbs.
One more short order. Final minute coming up. Here we go. Let's see the final volatility before the close. I'll actually add one there. 20 seconds. $15 seconds. Is there going to be some profit taken here?
Short expecting US overall net capital flows.
And that's the close. All right, guys. I think it's time for the outro. I'm gonna hold this into the close or into after hours. We'll just see if it can hit my target. I'm basically just gonna calculate this for max profit, set these 15 contracts at a profit target here after we end, and hopefully it hits. But yeah, today was a crazy day, guys. I appreciate all y'all. We got how many likes do we got on the video on the live stream? How many likes are we in here? Let's see. 446 likes. Wow. Guys, thank you so much. You don't even know how much it helps with you coming into the stream and hitting that like button. We're getting pushed up in the algorithm, guys. I appreciate it so much. It has been such a blessing to have y'all as a community. But man, oh man, if you are nice and green today, following the trend, not counter trend trading, but following the trend, great job. Give yourself a pat on the back and keep doing what you're doing. But you know what? We did have some people in the chat saying they hit their max loss limit, and it happens. Like days like, guys, the past 2 weeks, it's crazy. We have not seen this for over a decade. This kind of movement, like over the past weeks, like this does not happen normally. The COVID recovery, I'm pretty sure it took way longer than this. So guys, don't feel terrible about hitting max loss limit, trading such a crazy day poorly. It's okay. You know, learn from it, whatever. Take your time. Don't get emotional. Don't get the FOMO either, because days like this are not going to be constantly coming around. Like, I expect this to be like the last day we get movement like this. So who knows? But I appreciate all you guys for being here. Thank you so much for all your support. If you're not in the Discord already, make sure you join. God bless y'all. Have a great rest of your day. And I will see y'all bright and early for New York session tomorrow. Take care. Love y'all. See ya. Peace out.